Distinguished guests, please rise if you are able, as honors are rendered to the President and remain standing for the arrival of the President of the Republic of Kenya and Her Excellency Rachel Ruto, and the playing of the national anthems of the Republic of Kenya and the United States.
Present arms!
Distinguished guests, the President of the United States and Dr. Jill Biden.
Right shoulder, arm!
Forward. Come on.
Distinguished guests, the national anthem of the Republic of Kenya, followed by the national anthem of the United States.
Present arms! Step, present Right shoulder! Arm!
Distinguished guests, please be seated. Distinguished guests, the Presidents of the United States.
Good morning. Hold the rain off. President Rudo, Mrs. Rudo, and your three lovely daughters who are here to my left. Nice. Welcome, 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 welcome. And all the distinguished guests, on behalf of myself and Jill, Vice President and Second Gentleman, and the American people, it's an honor to welcome you to the White House to celebrate 60 years of partnership between Kenya and the United States. At the stroke of midnight, that's worth applause. At the stroke of midnight on December 12, 1963, the world changed. Many Americans and many people around the world watched with great hope and great anticipation as hundreds of thousands of Kenyans came together, raised a new flag, declared their freedom, and gave life to a new nation. Ladies and gentlemen, that new democracy is endearing and enduring. It was a moment that forever connected our two nations. For while we may have been divided by distance, we were united by the same democratic values. I saw this during my first trip to Kenya as a young senator at the height of the Cold War, and watched our governments stand as one and prevail against communism. I saw it when I returned years later as Vice President and spoke to students committed to upholding the principles of transparency, justice, and accountability that lie at the heart of our democracies. And I see it every day as President, as our two proud democracies continue to draw from the power of the people and the strength of our diversity to write the next chapter in our partnership. Together, the United States and Kenya are working to deliver on the challenges that matter most to our people's lives: health security, economic security, cyber security, and climate security. Mr. President, your bold leadership on this front has been important and significantly impactful. 90% of Kenya's electricity comes from clean energy. 90%. That's worth an applause. Over 1 million homes are powered by wind energy alone. That's worth applause, too. An historic Africa Green Industrialization Initiative, which you launched last year, is poised to create similar results in so many other nations, particularly in the continent. Across the region, Kenya and America are driving a race to the top with investments that we have and high standards for workers, technology, and environment. And we're working to ensure debt doesn't leave these critical investments and crucial investments out of reach for low and middle income countries. Around the world, Kenya and America are also standing united against the terror of ISIS and al-Shabaab that they continue to perpetrate in East Africa. The aggression that Russia is inflicting on Ukraine, the violence that has toppled too many democracies across both our regions. And today, as we begin the next decade of our partnership, we've launched a new initiative to bring our countries, companies, and communities closer together, because the past is our proof that we are stronger and the world is safer when Kenya and the United States work together. Let me close with this. We stand at an inflection point in history where the decisions we make now will determine the course of our future for decades to come. Today, I'm as optimistic and hopeful as I was those years ago when Kenya patriots raised that new flag high in the midnight sky. Because Kenya and the United States stand together, committed to each other, committed to our people, and committed to building a better world, one of greater opportunity, dignity, security, and liberty for all Americans, for all Kenyans. God bless our partnership, and may God bless our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Distinguished guests, the President of the Republic of Kenya.
Thank you. President Joe Biden, Dr. Jill Biden, Madam Vice President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Jambo. Let me take this opportunity in a very special way to bring you warm greetings from the people, the government of Kenya, and your brothers and sisters across the African continent. I want to thank President Biden for extending an invitation to me to undertake this state visit, a sign of friendship and partnership and collaboration between two countries that share common values, values of freedom, democracy, rule of law, equality, and inclusivity. We are very proud democratic nation. And today, as we celebrate our past, we are optimistic about our future. That by undertaking this state visit, we will have the opportunity to discuss and to have a conversation about building global partnership and leadership around the issues that pose challenges regionally, globally, and in countries like Kenya and many others. Challenges of climate change, challenges of insecurity, challenges around debt distress. And today we have an occasion to build synergies, to build partnerships that will not only solve our current problems, but also to build a future that is much more promising, much more prosperous, a fairer, a freer, a healthier, and a much more prosperous future. I am confident Mr. President, that a partnership between the United States of America and Kenya will give us the solutions that the world so seriously needs. And we will be discussing a range of issues from peace and security in our region, recognizing the heavy lifting Kenya is doing in supporting peace and security efforts in the Horn of Africa, in the Great Lakes region. And I want to say, Mr. President, we value the support, the friendship, and the collaboration the United States has given Kenya and our region to make sure that we undertake our responsibilities in securing our region. Mr. President, we will also be having the opportunity to discuss the investment opportunities, trade, and hopefully we will be able to persuade the United States to renew the Africa Growth and Opportunities Act that gives Africa the opportunity for access to markets so that we can create more jobs, we can create more wealth, and we can spread prosperity across our continent. And hopefully also we will conclude on our strategic partnership, on our strategic trade and investment partnership that will give us the opportunity in Kenya to work with companies in the United States and to build greater synergy around our continent on matters to do with trade, investment, especially as we put together the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and twin it with the United States, as we discussed at the Africa Leaders Summit last year, giving us an opportunity to build greater partnership between the continent of Africa and the United States. Mr. President, I know that our menu of discussion is broad and wide, and I am confident that under your leadership, we will be able to build a freer, a healthier, and a much more prosperous Kenya, United States, and for people around the world. Thank you very much.
Honor! Guard!
Distinguished guests, please rise if you are able for the conclusion of the ceremony and departure of the official party.
Mr. President, this concludes the ceremony.
Save money, save the environment.
Have you ever stopped to think about how the food on your plate gets there? It's a long journey, from seeds sown in the earth to fresh produce gracing your table. But what if we told you that millions of acres of farmland are now being harvested, not by human hands but by robots? Fortunately, this is the reality of modern agriculture. So how do these robotic harvesters work? What are the challenges and benefits of this technology? And what does the future hold for robot-powered farms? Join us as we look at how robots harvest millions of acres of farmland every day. Imagine a world where robots not only build cars and assemble phones, but also tend to our farms and harvest our food. This vision is no longer a vision of the future, but a rapidly growing reality thanks to the development of 6-axis harvesting robots.
Artificial intelligence robot system that may be able to solve this problem.
These amazing machines are transforming the agricultural industry, changing the way we harvest delicate fruits and vegetables. Unlike their clunky bulldozing predecessors, 6-axis robots are nimble and precise, equipped with advanced sensors and cameras that allow them to see and interact with the world around them with remarkable accuracy. How do they work? At the heart of every 6-axis harvesting robot is a multi-jointed arm that mimics the flexibility and dexterity of the human arm. This arm is powered by electric motors that grant it a range of motion on 6 axes, allowing it to reach, bend, twist, and maneuver with incredible precision. Guiding the robot's movements is a sophisticated computer vision system. This system uses high-resolution cameras and advanced algorithms to identify ripe fruits and vegetables. The cameras capture detailed images of the produce, and the algorithms analyze these images to determine factors like size, color, and ripeness. Once the robot identifies a target, its movements are carefully orchestrated by the computer system. The robotic arm extends smoothly, its joints working in perfect harmony to navigate around leaves, branches, and other obstacles. At the end of the arm is a specialized gripper, designed to gently cradle the fruit or vegetable without causing any damage. The gripper is often equipped with soft silicone fingers that conform to the shape of the product, mimicking the human touch. This is crucial for delicate fruits like berries and grapes, which bruise easily. In some cases, the gripper might even be equipped with tiny vacuum pumps to gently suck the fruit off the vine, ensuring a clean and efficient harvest. Using robot harvesters in agriculture comes with several advantages. First off, it helps cut down on labor costs as robots can work tirelessly around the clock, reducing the need for manual labor. This is particularly beneficial in places where there's a shortage of labor or where labor costs are high. Additionally, these robots boost efficiency and yield. They can harvest crops much faster and more effectively than humans, minimizing losses and maximizing the overall crop yield. These robots are also very precise. Their computer-controlled movements ensure that only the ripest fruit is picked, leaving the unripe ones to mature on the vine. This selective harvesting not only improves the overall quality of the crop, but also reduces waste and conserves resources. One key benefit is the gentle and precise harvesting they offer. Their delicate grippers are designed to mimic the human touch, minimizing damage to the fruit. This means less bruising, scarring, and spoilage, resulting in higher quality produce that fetches premium prices at the market. Furthermore, the use of robot harvesters improves working conditions for human farm workers. By automating tasks that are dangerous or monotonous, robots contribute to a safer and more comfortable work environment. Lastly, the sensors and cameras on these robots play a crucial role in collecting valuable data about the crops, such as ripeness, size, and potential diseases. This data enables informed decision-making regarding irrigation, fertilization, and pest control, ultimately leading to improved crop health and productivity. Comparing the cost effectiveness, 6-axis robots are quite expensive up front, ranging from $20,000 to $100,000, while human labor costs less initially. But robots operate tirelessly, reducing downtime and minimizing fruit wastage, potentially increasing revenue. Their precision in delicate tasks like picking fruits is a big advantage. Despite the high initial cost, robots pay off in a few years for farms with high labor needs and delicate crops. They excel in delicate tasks, offering benefits like fetching higher prices for flawless produce and reducing waste. For instance, robots are great at picking strawberries without damaging them, maximizing their shelf life and value. In winemaking, robots can carefully select ripe grapes, ensuring optimal quality. In apple harvesting, precise robotic picking minimizes damage, preventing rot and extending shelf life. Despite the initial cost, 6-axis robots offer long-term benefits like increased efficiency, reduced waste, and premium quality produce. As technology develops and costs become more accessible, robots are expected to play a significant role in the future of sustainable and productive agriculture. As we witness the precision and efficiency of harvesting robots, the question arises: can robots revolutionize the battle against unwanted weeds? Join us in the next chapter to explore how weeding robots equipped with image recognition are transforming the agricultural landscape. Gone are the days of relying solely on herbicides, with their potential drawbacks like environmental contamination and herbicide-resistant weeds. Weeding robots offer a modern solution, using image recognition technology to identify and eliminate weeds before they steal valuable resources from crops. Mechanical weed warriors use a smart trick to tackle pesky weeds in the fields. It's all about recognizing them with superpowered eyes. Picture this: these robots, standing tall on sturdy platforms, have high-tech cameras that take detailed snapshots of the field. Special computer programs then study these pictures, telling the difference between our delicate crop plants and the annoying weeds. It's like having a superhero eye that spots even the tiniest variations in leaf shape, color, and texture. Now, once these robots identify the weeds, they don't go for a tiny weed whacker. Instead, they've got different precise methods, almost like a surgeon's scalpel. First, there's mechanical weeding. Imagine tiny robot arms equipped with special tools like hose or rollers. They gently nudge the weeds out of the ground, being careful not to disturb the soil too much and protecting our precious crop roots. Then there's thermal weeding. This is where focused beams of laser or hot water come in. They zap the weeds directly, making them go away instantly, but they leave the nearby plants untouched. This method is perfect for those stubborn weeds that don't budge with other tricks. Lastly, there's electrostatic weeding. This is a bit like giving the weeds a shock. A jolt of electricity runs through them, messing up their insides and making them wither away. What's cool about this approach is that it's eco-friendly. No leftover chemicals in the soil. The benefits of these eco-friendly warriors are numerous. Firstly, they significantly reduce herbicide reliance. Herbicides can contaminate soil and water, impacting ecosystems and potentially reaching our plates. Weeding robots offer a targeted solution, eliminating only the unwanted plants, leaving the soil and water healthier. This not only benefits the environment, but also aligns with the growing demand for organic and sustainable farming practices. Unlike humans who might miss hidden weeds or accidentally damage crops while weeding, robots operate with laser-like focus. Their computer vision and precise movements ensure that only weeds are targeted, minimizing crop damage and maximizing yield. This meticulous approach leads to healthier crops, and potentially higher profits for farmers. Weeding is a labor-intensive and time-consuming task. Traditional methods can take days or even weeks for large fields. Weeding robots, however, work tirelessly day and night, covering vast areas much faster. This allows farmers to dedicate more time to other crucial tasks, improving overall farm efficiency and productivity. These robotic soldiers are not one-size-fits-all solutions. Different robots and tools are being developed for various terrains, crop types, and weed varieties. Some robots navigate rows on wheels, while others slither on tracks or even take to the air using drones. Specialized weeding tools like lasers, heated tines, and even miniature hoes target specific weeds based on their characteristics. This adaptability ensures that these robots can be integrated into diverse farming landscapes. Looking ahead, the future of weed control is undeniably intertwined with robots. As technology advances and costs decrease, we can expect these silent warriors to become commonplace in fields across the globe. Their rise presents a promising opportunity for a more sustainable and efficient future of agriculture, where nature's bounty is secured not with chemical warfare, but with the precision and ingenuity of robotic allies. As we witness the green revolution led by weeding robots, the focus now shifts beneath the soil. How do seeding robots, guided by GPS and cutting-edge technology, sow the seeds for the future of farming? Planting is a fundamental act of agriculture, the moment when hope springs eternal in every tiny seed nestled into the earth. But for large-scale farmers, planting isn't just about hope. It's an intricate dance of timing, spacing, and precision. Enter the seeding robots, the choreographers of this agricultural ballet, ensuring optimal placement for each seed with the unwavering accuracy of GPS and the tireless efficiency of automation. These robots, equipped with GPS receivers and intelligent planting mechanisms, map the land with unwavering precision. Their internal maps guide them, ensuring exact distances between seeds, eliminating the guesswork and the potential for uneven distribution.
Yeah, so here are some of the components. This, of course, is our GPS receiver.
Robotic planters offer numerous advantages in farming. To begin with, they make sure each seed is perfectly spaced, optimizing the use of resources like sunlight, water, and nutrients for every plant. This precision is a big deal, especially for large farms that need to get the most out of their crops. But it's not just about spacing. These seed planting robots are also experts at getting the right depth. Different seeds need different depths to grow well. These robots, with their sensors and adjustable planting tools, dig into the soil at just the right depth for each type of seed. This ensures the perfect conditions for seeds to sprout and grow. No more worrying about planting seeds too shallow or too deep, which means better germination rates and more potential for a good harvest. The efficiency of these planting robots is a game changer for farms. Traditional seeding methods can be slow and require a lot of labor, especially for big farms. However, these robots tirelessly cover vast areas, planting thousands of seeds per hour with incredible speed and accuracy. This leaves farmers with more time to focus on other important tasks, making the whole farm more efficient and productive. What's cool is that these robotic planters aren't one-size-fits-all machines. There are different models designed for various terrains and types of crops. Some roll along on wheels, others work through tricky landscapes on tracks, and some even use drone technology to plant seeds in hard-to-reach fields. The planting mechanisms on these robots can also be adjusted for different seed sizes and shapes, making them adaptable to all sorts of farming needs. Why does this all matter? Well, with these robots, each seed gets its own perfect spot, ensuring it has everything it needs to grow into a healthy plant. In a nutshell, these robotic planters make sure every seed gets its fair share. They know just how deep to plant. They work fast, and they can adapt to different situations. With them, farming becomes more efficient, and that's good news for everyone who loves fresh produce on their plate. Seeds planted with robotic precision. But how about nourishing these crops? The spotlight shifts to fertilizing robots in our next chapter. How are these autonomous systems ensuring efficient nutrient delivery? For centuries, farmers have tossed fertilizer across crops like confetti, hoping the nutrients would land where needed. But with rising costs and growing environmental concerns, this scattershot approach is giving way to a more precise and efficient solution: fertilizing robots. These robotic helpers, armed with advanced sensors and intelligent algorithms, don't just shower plants with nutrients. They whisper them secrets of growth, ensuring each one receives the perfect dose for optimal health. Traditional fertilizer application often leads to massive waste. Wind can whisk it away, rain can wash it deep into the soil, and uneven distribution can leave some plants starving while others gorge. Enter the robots, equipped with laser-like focus and pinpoint accuracy. Their cameras and other sensors scan individual plants, analyzing their nutrient needs based on size, color, and other factors. This information then guides robotic arms or specialized sprayers, delivering the exact amount of fertilizer directly to the plant's roots, stem, or leaves. No more overfeeding or undernourishment, just targeted nourishment for optimal growth. These robots go beyond just reducing waste. They're like nutrient experts. Their onboard computers are loaded with knowledge about specific crops and soil types, allowing them to create custom fertilizer blends on the spot. Whether it's more nitrogen for leafy greens or extra magnesium for fruit trees, these robotic chemists can whip up the perfect mix, ensuring each plant gets precisely what it needs to thrive.
Produces a map. The red patches show where the nutrient levels are low.
What's more, this targeted approach isn't just good for the crops, it's also a win for the environment. By cutting down on waste and runoff, these fertilizer robots help reduce water pollution and safeguard ecosystems. Their precise application also prevents the accumulation of harmful chemicals in the soil, promoting long-term sustainability. When it comes to efficiency, these robots take the cake. Traditional fertilizer application can be slow and require a lot of manual labor, but not with these tireless machines. They work day and night, covering vast areas with impressive speed and accuracy. This means farmers can spend less time managing fertilizer and more time focusing on other essential tasks, ultimately boosting the overall efficiency and productivity of the farm. Now let's talk about adaptability. Just like plants vary in shapes and sizes, so do these fertilizing robots. Different models are designed to handle various terrains, crop types, and application methods. Some roll down rows on wheels, while others navigate slopes on tracks or even take to the skies using drones. Specialized sprayers and delivery mechanisms handle everything from liquid fertilizers to granular blends, ensuring these robots can adapt to the diverse needs of different types of agriculture. The beauty of these robots lies in their ability to tailor their actions to the specific needs of each plant. Picture this: the robot, armed with knowledge about the crop and soil it's working with, moves through the field, creating a personalized nutrient blend for every single plant it encounters. It's like having a team of experts tending to each plant individually. And this personalized approach isn't just about optimizing growth, it's also about being mindful of the environment.
helps you to reduce your chemical usage, because if you are smart about where you put your chemicals, you need to use less. You save money, you save the environment.
By minimizing waste and ensuring the right nutrients go where they're needed, these robots contribute to sustainable farming practices. They play a crucial role in the delicate balance between providing for human needs and preserving the health of the land. As robots take charge of nutrient application, we now shift to the sweet results of their labor: fruit harvesting. How do specialized robots emulate the precision of human hands in picking ripe fruit? Gradually, our days of harvesting crops with our hands are coming to an end. Gone are the days of sun-baked backs and aching hands. Today, there are robotic pickers armed with computer vision and gentle grippers who identify ripe fruit with hawk-like accuracy, mimicking the dexterity of a human hand to pluck them without a bruise. They work tirelessly day and night, covering vast fields in hours that would take human teams days, offering a glimpse into a future where automation and nature seamlessly blend. The secret sauce of these robotic marvels lies in their sophisticated sensors. High-resolution cameras capture detailed images of the fruit, while near-infrared sensors detect subtle changes in sugar content and ripeness. This information feeds into a computer brain, analyzing colors, shapes, and even stem connections to determine which fruit is perfectly ripe for the picking. Think of it as having X-ray vision for sweetness, ensuring only the finest specimens grace the final harvest. Unlike clunky industrial robots, these fruit pickers are masters of finesse. Their nimble arms, equipped with soft silicone grippers, mimic the delicate touch of a human hand. Imagine tiny robot fingertips carefully cradling each fruit, twisting it just right to detach it from the vine without causing the slightest damage. This careful handling minimizes bruising and spoilage, leading to premium quality produce that fetches higher prices at the market. Time is money, and these robots understand it well. While human pickers may tire and slow down in the scorching heat, robotic arms work tirelessly day and night, covering vast fields in record time. This allows farmers to harvest at the peak of ripeness, minimizing post-harvest losses and maximizing yield. It's like having a tireless team of helpers working around the clock, ensuring the freshest fruit reaches your table. Not all fruits are created equal, and neither are these robots. Companies like FF Robotics develop specialized models for specific fruits. Their SVH6 robot, for example, glides between apple trees. Its gentle robotic arm equipped with a vacuum gripper that securely lifts each apple without damaging the delicate skin. For delicate berries like strawberries, the SP1G robot uses advanced vision sensors and flexible grippers to navigate dense rows, carefully selecting only the ripest berries. This adaptability ensures that there's a robot tailor-made for every fruit and field, ready to harvest nature's bounty with precision and care. Despite their numerous benefits, fruit-picking robots still face some hurdles. The initial cost can be high, making them less accessible to smaller farms. Additionally, their performance can be hampered by factors like complex fruit shapes, unpredictable weather conditions, and changing market demands for specific ripeness levels. However, ongoing research and development are rapidly addressing these challenges. Advancements in artificial intelligence, sensor technology, and robotic dexterity are constantly improving the accuracy, adaptability, and affordability of these machines. Looking ahead, the future of fruit harvesting is undeniably robotic. As technology evolves and costs decrease, these orchard assistants will become commonplace, revolutionizing the agricultural landscape.
Save money, save the environment.
Have you ever stopped to think about how the food on your plate gets there? It's a long journey, from seeds sown in the earth to fresh produce gracing your table. But what if we told you that millions of acres of farmland are now being harvested, not by human hands but by robots? Fortunately, this is the reality of modern agriculture. So how do these robotic harvesters work? What are the challenges and benefits of this technology? And what does the future hold for robot-powered farms? Join us as we look at how robots harvest millions of acres of farmland every day. Imagine a world where robots not only build cars and assemble phones, but also tend to our farms and harvest our food. This vision is no longer a vision of the future, but a rapidly growing reality thanks to the development of 6-axis harvesting robots.
Artificial intelligence robot system that may be able to solve this problem.
These amazing machines are transforming the agricultural industry, changing the way we harvest delicate fruits and vegetables. Unlike their clunky bulldozing predecessors, 6-axis robots are nimble and precise, equipped with advanced sensors and cameras that allow them to see and interact with the world around them with remarkable accuracy. How do they work? At the heart of every 6-axis harvesting robot is a multi-jointed arm that mimics the flexibility and dexterity of the human arm. This arm is powered by electric motors that grant it a range of motion on 6 axes, allowing it to reach, bend, twist, and maneuver with incredible precision. Guiding the robot's movements is a sophisticated computer vision system. This system uses high-resolution cameras and advanced algorithms to identify ripe fruits and vegetables. The cameras capture detailed images of the produce, and the algorithms analyze these images to determine factors like size, color, and ripeness. Once the robot identifies a target, its movements are carefully orchestrated by the computer system. The robotic arm extends smoothly, its joints working in perfect harmony to navigate around leaves, branches, and other obstacles. At the end of the arm is a specialized gripper, designed to gently cradle the fruit or vegetable without causing any damage. The gripper is often equipped with soft silicone fingers that conform to the shape of the product, mimicking the human touch. This is crucial for delicate fruits like berries and grapes, which bruise easily. In some cases, the gripper might even be equipped with tiny vacuum pumps to gently suck the fruit off the vine, ensuring a clean and efficient harvest. Using robot harvesters in agriculture comes with several advantages. First off, it helps cut down on labor costs as robots can work tirelessly around the clock, reducing the need for manual labor. This is particularly beneficial in places where there's a shortage of labor or where labor costs are high. Additionally, these robots boost efficiency and yield. They can harvest crops much faster and more effectively than humans, minimizing losses and maximizing the overall crop yield. These robots are also very precise. Their computer-controlled movements ensure that only the ripest fruit is picked, leaving the unripe ones to mature on the vine. This selective harvesting not only improves the overall quality of the crop, but also reduces waste and conserves resources. One key benefit is the gentle and precise harvesting they offer. Their delicate grippers are designed to mimic the human touch, minimizing damage to the fruit. This means less bruising, scarring, and spoilage, resulting in higher quality produce that fetches premium prices at the market. Furthermore, the use of robot harvesters improves working conditions for human farm workers. By automating tasks that are dangerous or monotonous, robots contribute to a safer and more comfortable work environment. Lastly, the sensors and cameras on these robots play a crucial role in collecting valuable data about the crops, such as ripeness, size, and potential diseases. This data enables informed decision-making regarding irrigation, fertilization, and pest control, ultimately leading to improved crop health and productivity. Comparing the cost-effectiveness, 6-axis robots are quite expensive up front, ranging from $20,000 to $100,000, while human labor costs less initially. But robots operate tirelessly, reducing downtime and minimizing fruit wastage, potentially increasing revenue. Their precision in delicate tasks like picking fruits is a big advantage. Despite the high initial cost, robots pay off in a few years for farms with high labor needs and delicate crops. They excel in delicate tasks, offering benefits like fetching higher prices for flawless produce and reducing waste. For instance, robots are great at picking strawberries without damaging them, maximizing their shelf life and value. In winemaking, robots can carefully select ripe grapes, ensuring optimal quality. In apple harvesting, precise robotic picking minimizes damage, preventing rot and extending shelf life. Despite the initial cost, 6-axis robots offer long-term benefits like increased efficiency, reduced waste, and premium quality produce. As technology develops and costs become more accessible, robots are expected to play a significant role in the future of sustainable and productive agriculture. As we witness the precision and efficiency of harvesting robots, the question arises: can robots revolutionize the battle against unwanted weeds? Join us in the next chapter to explore how weeding robots equipped with image recognition are transforming the agricultural landscape. Gone are the days of relying solely on herbicides, with their potential drawbacks like environmental contamination and herbicide-resistant weeds. Weeding robots offer a modern solution, using image recognition technology to identify and eliminate weeds before they steal valuable resources from crops. Mechanical weed warriors use a smart trick to tackle pesky weeds in the fields. It's all about recognizing them with superpowered eyes. Picture this: these robots, standing tall on sturdy platforms, have high-tech cameras that take detailed snapshots of the field. Special computer programs then study these pictures, telling the difference between our delicate crop plants and the annoying weeds. It's like having a superhero eye that spots even the tiniest variations in leaf shape, color, and texture. Now, once these robots identify the weeds, they don't go for a tiny weed whacker. Instead, they've got different precise methods, almost like a surgeon's scalpel. First, there's mechanical weeding. Imagine tiny robot arms equipped with special tools like hose or rollers. They gently nudge the weeds out of the ground, being careful not to disturb the soil too much and protecting our precious crop roots. Then there's thermal weeding. This is where focused beams of laser or hot water come in. They zap the weeds directly, making them go away instantly, but they leave the nearby plants untouched. This method is perfect for those stubborn weeds that don't budge with other tricks. Lastly, there's electrostatic weeding. This is a bit like giving the weeds a shock. A jolt of electricity runs through them, messing up their insides and making them wither away. What's cool about this approach is that it's eco-friendly. No leftover chemicals in the soil. The benefits of these eco-friendly warriors are numerous. Firstly, they significantly reduce herbicide reliance. Herbicides can contaminate soil and water, impacting ecosystems and potentially reaching our plates. Weeding robots offer a targeted solution, eliminating only the unwanted plants, leaving the soil and water healthier. This not only benefits the environment, but also aligns with the growing demand for organic and sustainable farming practices. Unlike humans who might miss hidden weeds or accidentally damage crops while weeding, robots operate with laser-like focus. Their computer vision and precise movements ensure that only weeds are targeted, minimizing crop damage and maximizing yield. This meticulous approach leads to healthier crops and potentially higher profits for farmers. Weeding is a labor-intensive and time-consuming task. Traditional methods can take days or even weeks for large fields. Weeding robots, however, work tirelessly day and night, covering vast areas much faster. This allows farmers to dedicate more time to other crucial tasks, improving overall farm efficiency and productivity. These robotic soldiers are not one-size-fits-all solutions. Different robots and tools are being developed for various terrains, crop types, and weed varieties. Some robots navigate rows on wheels, while others slither on tracks or even take to the air using drones. Specialized weeding tools like lasers, heated tines, and even miniature hoes target specific weeds based on their characteristics. This adaptability ensures that these robots can be integrated into diverse farming landscapes. Looking ahead, the future of weed control is undeniably intertwined with robots. As technology advances and costs decrease, we can expect these silent warriors to become commonplace in fields across the globe. Their rise presents a promising opportunity for a more sustainable and efficient future of agriculture, where nature's bounty is secured not with chemical warfare, but with the precision and ingenuity of robotic allies. As we witness the green revolution led by weeding robots, the focus now shifts beneath the soil. How do seeding robots, guided by GPS and cutting-edge technology, sow the seeds for the future of farming? Planting is a fundamental act of agriculture, the moment when hope springs eternal in every tiny seed nestled into the earth. But for large-scale farmers, planting isn't just about hope. It's an intricate dance of timing, spacing, and precision. Enter the seeding robots, the choreographers of this agricultural ballet, ensuring optimal placement for each seed with the unwavering accuracy of GPS and the tireless efficiency of automation. These robots, equipped with GPS receivers and intelligent planting mechanisms, map the land with unwavering precision. Their internal maps guide them, ensuring exact distances between seeds, eliminating the guesswork and the potential for uneven distribution.
Yeah, so here are some of the components. This, of course, is our GPS receiver.
Robotic planters offer numerous advantages in farming. To begin with, they make sure each seed is perfectly spaced, optimizing the use of resources like sunlight, water, and nutrients for every plant. This precision is a big deal, especially for large farms that need to get the most out of their crops. But it's not just about spacing. These seed planting robots are also experts at getting the right depth. Different seeds need different depths to grow well. These robots, with their sensors and adjustable planting tools, dig into the soil at just the right depth for each type of seed. This ensures the perfect conditions for seeds to sprout and grow. No more worrying about planting seeds too shallow or too deep, which means better germination rates and more potential for a good harvest. The efficiency of these planting robots is a game changer for farms. Traditional seeding methods can be slow and require a lot of labor, especially for big farms. However, these robots tirelessly cover vast areas, planting thousands of seeds per hour with incredible speed and accuracy. This leaves farmers with more time to focus on other important tasks, making the whole farm more efficient and productive. What's cool is that these robotic planters aren't one-size-fits-all machines. There are different models designed for various terrains and types of crops. Some roll along on wheels, others work through tricky landscapes on tracks, and some even use drone technology to plant seeds in hard-to-reach fields. The planting mechanisms on these robots can also be adjusted for different seed sizes and shapes, making them adaptable to all sorts of farming needs. Why does this all matter? Well, with these robots, each seed gets its own perfect spot, ensuring it has everything it needs to grow into a healthy plant. In a nutshell, these robotic planters make sure every seed gets its fair share. They know just how deep to plant. They work fast, and they can adapt to different situations. With them, farming becomes more efficient, and that's good news for everyone who loves fresh produce on their plate. Seeds planted with robotic precision. But how about nourishing these crops? The spotlight shifts to fertilizing robots in our next chapter. How are these autonomous systems ensuring efficient nutrient delivery? For centuries, farmers have tossed fertilizer across crops like confetti, hoping the nutrients would land where needed. But with rising costs and growing environmental concerns, this scattershot approach is giving way to a more precise and efficient solution: fertilizing robots. These robotic helpers, armed with advanced sensors and intelligent algorithms, don't just shower plants with nutrients. They whisper them secrets of growth, ensuring each one receives the perfect dose for optimal health. Traditional fertilizer application often leads to massive waste. Wind can whisk it away, rain can wash it deep into the soil, and uneven distribution can leave some plants starving while others gorge. Enter the robots, equipped with laser-like focus and pinpoint accuracy. Their cameras and other sensors scan individual plants, analyzing their nutrient needs based on size, color, and other factors. This information then guides robotic arms or specialized sprayers, delivering the exact amount of fertilizer directly to the plant's roots, stem, or leaves. No more overfeeding or undernourishment, just targeted nourishment for optimal growth. These robots go beyond just reducing waste. They're like nutrient experts. Their onboard computers are loaded with knowledge about specific crops and soil types, allowing them to create custom fertilizer blends on the spot. Whether it's more nitrogen for leafy greens or extra magnesium for fruit trees, these robotic chemists can whip up the perfect mix, ensuring each plant gets precisely what it needs to thrive.
Produces a map. The red patches show where the nutrient levels are low.
What's more, this targeted approach isn't just good for the crops, it's also a win for the environment. By cutting down on waste and runoff, these fertilizer robots help reduce water pollution and safeguard ecosystems. Their precise application also prevents the accumulation of harmful chemicals in the soil, promoting long-term sustainability. When it comes to efficiency, these robots take the cake. Traditional fertilizer application can be slow and require a lot of manual labor, but not with these tireless machines. They work day and night, covering vast areas with impressive speed and accuracy. This means farmers can spend less time managing fertilizer and more time focusing on other essential tasks, ultimately boosting the overall efficiency and productivity of the farm. Now let's talk about adaptability. Just like plants vary in shapes and sizes, so do these fertilizing robots. Different models are designed to handle various terrains, crop types, and application methods. Some roll down rows on wheels, while others navigate slopes on tracks or even take to the skies using drones. Specialized sprayers and delivery mechanisms handle everything from liquid fertilizers to granular blends, ensuring these robots can adapt to the diverse needs of different types of agriculture. The beauty of these robots lies in their ability to tailor their actions to the specific needs of each plant. Picture this: the robot, armed with knowledge about the crop and soil it's working with, moves through the field, creating a personalized nutrient blend for every single plant it encounters. It's like having a team of experts tending to each plant individually. And this personalized approach isn't just about optimizing growth, it's also about being mindful of the environment.
It helps you to reduce your chemical usage, because if you are smart about where you put your chemicals, you need to use less. You save money, you save the environment.
By minimizing waste and ensuring the right nutrients go where they're needed, these robots contribute to sustainable farming practices. They play a crucial role in the delicate balance between providing for human needs and preserving the health of the land. As robots take charge of nutrient application, we now shift to the sweet results of their labor: fruit harvesting. How do specialized robots emulate the precision of human hands in picking ripe fruit? Gradually, our days of harvesting crops with our hands are coming to an end. Gone are the days of sun-baked backs and aching hands. Today, there are robotic pickers armed with computer vision and gentle grippers who identify ripe fruit with hawk-like accuracy, mimicking the dexterity of a human hand to pluck them without a bruise. They work tirelessly day and night, covering vast fields in hours that would take human teams days, offering a glimpse into a future where automation and nature seamlessly blend. The secret sauce of these robotic marvels lies in their sophisticated sensors. High-resolution cameras capture detailed images of the fruit, while near-infrared sensors detect subtle changes in sugar content and ripeness. This information feeds into a computer brain, analyzing colors, shapes, and even stem connections to determine which fruit is perfectly ripe for the picking. Think of it as having X-ray vision for sweetness, ensuring only the finest specimens grace the final harvest. Unlike clunky industrial robots, these fruit pickers are masters of finesse. Their nimble arms, equipped with soft silicone grippers, mimic the delicate touch of a human hand. Imagine tiny robot fingertips carefully cradling each fruit, twisting it just right to detach it from the vine without causing the slightest damage. This careful handling minimizes bruising and spoilage, leading to premium quality produce that fetches higher prices at the market. Time is money, and these robots understand it well. While human pickers may tire and slow down in the scorching heat, robotic arms work tirelessly day and night, covering vast fields in record time. This allows farmers to harvest at the peak of ripeness, minimizing post-harvest losses and maximizing yield. It's like having a tireless team of helpers working around the clock, ensuring the freshest fruit reaches your table. Not all fruits are created equal, and neither are these robots. Companies like FF Robotics develop specialized models for specific fruits. Their SVH6 robot, for example, glides between apple trees. Its gentle robotic arm equipped with a vacuum gripper that securely lifts each apple without damaging the delicate skin. For delicate berries like strawberries, the SP1G robot uses advanced vision sensors and flexible grippers to navigate dense rows, carefully selecting only the ripest berries. This adaptability ensures that there's a robot tailor-made for every fruit and field, ready to harvest nature's bounty with precision and care. Despite their numerous benefits, fruit-picking robots still face some hurdles. The initial cost can be high, making them less accessible to smaller farms. Additionally, their performance can be hampered by factors like complex fruit shapes, unpredictable weather conditions, and changing market demands for specific ripeness levels. However, ongoing research and development are rapidly addressing these challenges. Advancements in artificial intelligence, sensor technology, and robotic dexterity are constantly improving the accuracy, adaptability, and affordability of these machines. Looking ahead, the future of fruit harvesting is undeniably robotic. As technology evolves and costs decrease, these orchard assistants will become commonplace, revolutionizing the agricultural landscape.
President Bassirou Diomaye Faye's strategic visit to Ghana not only emphasized bilateral ties, but also highlighted broader goals of African unity and development. Beyond Ghana, Senegal seeks to unify resources across the continent and encourage countries that left ECOWAS, Economic Community of West African States, to rejoin the regional bloc. In this context, the fight against terrorism emerges as a critical challenge that requires collective efforts. Unifying African resources. Senegal recognizes that Africa's progress lies in collaboration. By pooling resources such as infrastructure development, healthcare, education, and economic growth. Terrorism threat. The scourge of terrorism affects many African countries, destabilizing communities, disrupting economies, and threatening lives. Cooperation is essential to combat this menace effectively. Encouraging ECOWAS reintegration. Burkina Faso, Niger, Guinea, Mali, and others. Senegal aims to foster regional cohesion by encouraging countries that left ECOWAS to reconsider their membership. These nations, Burkina Faso, Niger, Guinea, Mali, among others, can benefit from collective security efforts against terrorism. ECOWAS provides a platform for joint initiatives, intelligence sharing, and coordinated responses. Rejoining the bloc strengthens individual countries' positions in the fight against terrorism. Diplomatic efforts and security cooperation. President Faye's diplomatic engagements extend beyond bilateral visits. Senegal actively collaborates with other nations to share intelligence, track terrorist networks, and prevent attacks. ECOWAS has established mechanisms to address security threats collectively. By rejoining, countries contribute to a safer West African region. President Faye's endeavors reflect a commitment to African unity, resource optimization, and regional cooperation. Combating terrorism requires joint action, emphasizing shared aspirations and collective security. Senegal English Media Group is committed to fostering dialogue, promoting transparency, and amplifying diverse perspectives. Here's how you can get involved. Like, follow, and subscribe. Like our content on social media platforms. Show your support for independent journalism that seeks truth and accountability. Follow us to stay updated on the latest news, analyses, and thought-provoking articles. Subscribe to our newsletters and channels. Be the first to receive breaking news and in-depth features. Leave a comment. After reading an article or watching a video, share your insights. What do you think Senegal should prioritize? How can we build a stronger, more inclusive nation?
I also told you what your election has done for all the young people in Ghana. It's made them all very ambitious. They all want to be president. So this is the example that you have set.
Thank you very much, Jefferson. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, good afternoon. Today is a special day for us here in Ghana. The new president of Senegal, a young man who's now become so famous across the continent, has decided to pay us a visit, to come and say hello, introduce himself to us, and continue the relationship, the excellent relationship that there is between Senegal and our country. So I'm very, very happy that President Bassirou Faye has found it possible to come and visit us today. It's a brief visit, but it's an important one. As you are aware, I went to his inauguration because of the history between our two countries, and also because his election was a source of reassurance to all of us who are interested in the democratic future of our region and of our continent. Because it appeared at one time as if Senegal's reputation as a country committed to the principles of democratic accountability, respect for human rights, rule of law, was being jeopardized. But fortunately, good sense prevailed, elections were held, and out of the elections, Mr. Bassirou Faye emerged as the clear, convincing winner of the elections. And the manner in which he ascended to the presidency has brought peace and unity to his country, and that again, that Senegal is going to play a very important role in the development of the ECOWAS community has now been fully confirmed. We're lucky in having a new leader in Senegal in place, because I think he's also going to help us try and resolve the big problem that we have in the ECOWAS community, and that is the purported departure of 3 of the key figures, key nations in ECOWAS: Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali. And President Faye is very committed to seeing what he, together with the rest of us, can do to reach out and begin to revive the dialogue that would enable us to extend the hand of friendship and brotherhood to these 3 countries and find a way to bring them back within the ECOWAS community. It's a historically very important set of measures that we have to be taken to enable that to happen. So we're very happy to have you here, Mr. President, as I indicated to you. I also told you what your election has done for all the young people in Ghana. It's made them all very ambitious. They all want to be president of this country now. So this is the example that you have set. It's a very good example, and we wish you the very best, that these responsibilities that you have taken, you are in the line of great leaders that Senegal has had in the past, and now it's your turn to see what you can do. You're very welcome. Akwaba is what we say here in Ghana. Vous êtes très bienvenue. Merci. Vous nous avez honorés avec cette visite. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, of Ghana. It is now time for His Excellency Bassirou Diaka Faye, President of the Republic of Senegal, for his remarks. Mr. President.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Very much, Mr. President. I'd like to let you know how happy I am to meet you here in Ghana. As we said, you were the first person to meet me. You came in an official capacity during my swearing-in ceremony. But it's a solemn moment for the Senegalese people, and through me today, and on my own name, I'd like to thank you for being there for us at that time. I also want to thank you for the warm welcome I received in Ghana, me and my delegation. Also adding that I'm here to reiterate our commitment, the commitment of my country and myself to continue in honoring our relationship between both countries, relationships of fraternity and friendship between Senegal and Ghana. I commend the commitment of Ghana, the democratic commitment of Ghana that is always used to democratic and peaceful transition without petition, and this should be an example to other countries in the sub-region, in Africa and in the whole world. Relationships or the ties between Senegal and Ghana date back to years, because in the past you were a major empire that covered a huge part of West Africa, but recently, as I was saying, just 1961, barely a year after our independence, we established an embassy in Ghana. Or following the footsteps of our founding fathers that believed in African unity. But today, if you ask every African to name Pan-African leaders, of course you hear Kwame Nkrumah. So the heritage of Ghana, or the legacy of Ghana, it's in good hands. We know that we can count on your support to continue this tradition. For our bilateral relationships, Mr. President, Senegal and Ghana have a long-standing tradition of cooperation, especially in the diplomatic area where we have agreement on sub-regional, regional and international topics. I'd like to ensure that this diplomatic unity can also be evident in our economic and commercial relationship, because I believe we can do more. We can do way more on the trade and economic aspects, even going further for our diplomatic ties, because we share the same community, region or space. We share the same values of Pan-Africanism, democracy, good governance, human rights, and we should try our best to inspire other countries in the sub-region, on the continent and in the whole world, encouraging them to embrace this way that only leads to salvation. On the trade side, there's a huge potential we can draw on. But Mr. President, for starters, I'd like to plea for a joint commission to be established. I know that our meetings have been difficult, but I believe we can share a whole lot. We can agree on many things once this commission is established. And I think this commission, based on specific points we identify, will discuss, for instance, on petroleum that we have been able to discover. There's a lot of successes we can leverage on in the oil sector, in defense, on security. So we can bring together our resources to address the issues at hand, both on our side and yours, where you've noted some level of success. I'm really open-minded to this sharing of resources, and I'm also happy that you are working in the same direction. For multilateral cooperation, Mr. President, I am convinced that you are aware of the heavy responsibilities relying on our shoulders to hand ECOWAS in the same state of strength we got it. Or even we can do more. We can go ahead and strengthen the ECOWAS, improve its governance, and provide the means and resources to address issues that are affecting us. For security, we have threats that are affecting the existence of countries. For illegal trafficking of humans, for drug trafficking, for cyber security, ECOWAS has a lot of challenges to address. And these challenges would only be addressed once the entity is strengthened, united, and better integrated. And I know you agree with me. That's why, Mr. President, I'd like to count on your wisdom or your Pan-African commitment so that together we try our best to pull our strength together to share our ideas with our African brothers within the ECOWAS and those that are virtually on the exit, namely Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, so that we can find means and ways to draw them in. If we're able to dialogue, to discuss, we'll bring them back home so that we stop them from leaving, because they need us and we also need them. They need ECOWAS and ECOWAS also needs them. If they end up leaving ECOWAS, ECOWAS becomes weak, but we need a stronger ECOWAS. That's why you always have my commitment to work by your side, depending on your wisdom and your Pan-African ideals, on your legacy and the legacy of other African countries towards this African integration, so that we are able to reel in these African brothers. We'll show them the importance to preserve this unity within ECOWAS and also safeguard the legacy of our founding fathers. I thank you for your availability. I also thank you for reassuring me that I'm on the right path, and once again I'll be visiting as much as possible, so that together and with other countries we can address issues that are relevant for our era. Thank you very much for the warm welcome. Thank you for your availability, and thank you for being an inspiration to us and to the whole African country.
Take a second to address this message to the youth of Senegal. This resilient youth sailing across the sea, chasing their dreams to distant lands. I would like for you to take a moment. I would like for you to please take a second and think. Think about the land that you're leaving behind. Think about the land that carried you, carried your family, the land that cradled your ancestors. That land needs you to stay home and build it. Senegal needs you. You are young, full of potential. You can be successful right here. You can achieve anything and everything that you put your mind into. And I understand, I get it. I know most of us are leaving Senegal with the hope of finding a better life elsewhere. I know most of us are leaving Senegal because we do not want to leave on the lifeline. And that is the difference between surrender and survival. But if we choose to leave Senegal, and invest our strength in other countries, Senegal will be left with nothing, and no one will step in to build it for us. I want you to believe that you can make it right here in Senegal. I want you to believe that you can be successful right here in Senegal. I want you to know that there is a place for you to contribute to the success of Senegal. Senegal is waiting for you to come and build it. di leen di soññ képp ki nga xamante ne mi ngi jël gaal gi di génn réew mi yaakaar ni génn mooy yoonub yokkute génn mooy yoonub tekki di leen di ñaan ngeen toog ñu defar suñu réew ndax li ngay wuti bitim réew fii la ëpp xanaa kañ dañ koo liggéeyu waaye buñ ko liggéeyee gis njariñam gëm-gëm bi nga am ba jël gaal gi jël sa bakken tay la ko ne damay génn ngir tekki gëm-gëm googu boo ko gëmee boo ko amee toog di nga gis njariñam fii ndax lu nekk am na Sénégal lu nekk sunu suuf si mën nañ ko ci am xanaa kañ gëm-gëm gi moo des ngir ñu mën koo liggéey jariñoo ko di leen di gërëm di leen di sant di leen di gën a soññ ñu xam ne Sénégal lañu am Sénégal mooy sunu doole bu ñu ko liggéeyul keneen du ñëw liggéeyal ñu ko. Thank you all. God bless you all. God bless Senegal. God bless Africa.
Pierre Cham's Aunt Marie is the matriarch of the family. She often hosts uncles, aunts, sons and daughters, friends and relatives from near and abroad.
Teranga is hospitality, that's the translation, but it's the most important value is really the way you treat the other. Love, you receive love, that's what Teranga is. So today you are our guest, so you'll be treated with our national dish.
Everyone comes together, often over this iconic dish, chebujan, which in Wolof means simply rice with fish. It's pretty much the national dish of Senegal. Today, it's Senegalese grouper, scored and stuffed with a mixture of garlic, parsley, and peppers, then slow simmered in a hearty tomato broth, infused with a funkatizing goodness brought by fermented conch and saltfish, served over rice and vegetables.
I'm going to watch you and I'm going to do what you do.
Let's do it. Let's go.
The meal is eaten from one communal platter, an experience both fun and instructive, sustenance and life lesson.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that sauce is awesome.
Normally, children are not allowed to talk and to go too far in the middle of the plate.
So they got to eat around the edges?
So you will have an adult, the mother or an aunt or something, cutting pieces of fish or meat for them.
It's a way to teach them to be content with their portion. Not only children, but everyone. You have to imagine a triangle in front of you, and that's the triangle that is your limit to the bowl. And you have to chew slowly, you have to be patient. So all these values are taught when we eat around the bowl.
Media Group is committed to fostering dialogue, promoting transparency, and amplifying diverse perspectives. Here's how you can get involved. Like and share our content on social media platforms. Show your support for independent journalism that seeks truth and accountability. Follow us to stay updated on the latest news, analyses, and thought-provoking articles. Subscribe to our newsletters and channels. Be the first to receive breaking news and in-depth features. Leave a comment. After reading an article or watching a video, share your insights. What do you think Senegal should prioritize? How can we build a stronger, more inclusive nation?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Senegal Soundscape Express. Get ready for a rhythmic voyage across the vibrant musical landscape of Senegal. From the ancient beats echoing through time-honored villages to the pulsating rhythms of the urban streets, we've got it all. Traditional melodies, contemporary hits, and everything in between.
We'll shine a spotlight on the incredible talents right here in Senegal. Interviews with musicians, behind-the-scenes glimpses, and live performances that'll make your heart dance. And guess what? Our playlist isn't just any old mixtape. It's a treasure trove of Senegalese classics, songs that have woven themselves into the very fabric of this nation. So whether you're sipping a taya under the baobab tree or grooving in Dakar's bustling markets, we've got the soundtrack for you.
Remember, folks, this train doesn't stop. So buckle up, adjust your earphones, and let's embark on this melodic adventure together. Senegal Soundscape. It's more than music. It's a cultural symphony.
Senegal, a land of beauty, adventure, and history. Senegal is a dynamic, vibrant nation filled with incredible opportunities to explore history and culture while soaking up the beauty of its African landscape. This West African nation's strategic location makes it an ideal destination for those seeking a unique sojourn into the past and a journey of discovery.
Senegal is home to lively markets, beautiful traditional architecture, and a rich and diverse cultural landscape. It is known for its traditional art, African dance and music, as well as its vibrant street art scene. There are also numerous UNESCO World Heritage Sites throughout the country, including the sophisticated cities of Jenny and St. Louis.
Take a second to address this message to the youth of Senegal. This resilient youth sailing across the sea, chasing their dreams to distant lands. I would like for you to take a moment. I would like for you to please take a second and think. Think about the land that you're leaving behind. Think about the land that carried you, carried your family, the land that cradled your ancestors. That land needs you to stay home and build it. Senegal needs you. You are young, full of potential. You can be successful right here. You can achieve anything and everything that you put your mind into. And I understand, I get it. I know most of us are leaving Senegal with the hope of finding a better life elsewhere. I know most of us are leaving Senegal because we do not want to leave on the lifeline. And that is the difference between surrender and survival. But if we choose to leave Senegal and invest our strength in other countries, Senegal will be left with nothing, and no one will step in to build it for us. I want you to believe that you can make it right here in Senegal. I want you to believe that you can be successful right here in Senegal. I want you to know that there is a place for you to contribute to the success of Senegal. Senegal is waiting for you to come and build it. di leen di soññ képp ki nga xamante ne mi ngi jël gaal gi di génn réew mi yaakaar ni génn mooy yoonub yokkute génn mooy yoonub tekki di leen di ñaan ngeen toog ñu defar sunu réew ndax li ngay wuti bitim réew fii la ëppee xanaa kañ dañ ko liggéey waaye buñ ko liggéeyee gis njariñam gëm-gëm bi nga am ba jël gaal gi jël sa bakken tay la ko ne damay génn ngir tekki gëm-gëm googu boo ko gëmee boo ko amee toog di nga gis njariñam fii ndax lu nekk am na Sénégal lu nekk sunu suuf si mën nañ ko ci am xanaa kañ gëm-gëm gi moo des ngir ñu mën koo liggéey jariñoo ko di leen di gërëm di leen di sant di leen di gën a soññ ñu xam ne Sénégal lañu am Sénégal mooy sunu doole bu ñu ko liggéeyul keneen du ñëw liggéeyal ñu ko. Thank you all. God bless you all. God bless Senegal. God bless Africa.
The winds of change have blown over Senegal, and a new era has dawned. A man of the people claimed victory, vowing to fight corruption and injustice head-on. No longer will the cries of the masses go unheard. With a steely resolve, Faye has set his sights on the former president and ministers, determined to hold them accountable for the atrocities committed during their reign. Brace yourselves as this video unravels the bold moves of the new administration.
Le Sénégal, sous mon magistère, sera un pays d'espérance, un pays apaisé, avec une justice indépendante et une démocratie renforcée.
You'll witness the issuance of arrest warrants, the intense hunt for former leaders, and the explosive revelations that expose the truth. Get ready to delve into the extradition battles, the economic ripples, and the regional implications of this seismic shift. Senegal's future hangs in the balance, and Faye is leading the charge for justice and transparency. On April 2nd, 2024, the streets of Dakar buzzed with anticipation as Senegal prepared to usher in a new era. Crowds gathered at the Grand Presidential Palace, where dignitaries from across the region converged to witness a historic moment. Among them stood President Bola Tinubu of Nigeria, President Nana Akufo-Addo of Ghana, and African Union Commission Chair Musa Faki Mahamat. The air was thick with hope as Dama Faye, the newly elected leader, took the stage. His eyes shone with determination as he addressed the nation, promising a future built on ethical governance, economic progress, and a strengthened democracy. No longer will the voices of our people be silenced, he declared, his words resonating with the masses yearning for change. But Faye was not alone in this pursuit. Standing by his side was Ousmane Sonko, a man who had become a symbol of resistance against the previous regime's injustices. Appointed as the Prime Minister, Sonko's presence sent a powerful message. The tide had turned, and a new era of accountability had begun. As Faye's speech echoed through the streets, the crowd erupted in cheers, their spirits lifted by the promise of a brighter tomorrow. With Sonko at his side, Faye vowed to right the wrongs of the past, to fight corruption, and to restore the people's faith in their government. The inauguration ceremony marked a turning point in Senegal's history, a moment when the people's voices were amplified, and their dreams for a just and prosperous nation took center stage. 3 days after his historic inauguration, President Dama Faye gathered his newly appointed cabinet ministers for their first official meeting. The air was thick with anticipation as these hand-picked leaders filed into the ornate conference room, their expressions a mix of determination and apprehension. At the head of the table,
sat Faye, his steely gaze sweeping across the faces before him. To his right was Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko, whose very presence symbolized the new administration's commitment to justice and accountability. Faye wasted no time in setting the tone for the meeting. "My friends," he began, his voice resonating with authority, "we stand at a crossroads in our nation's history. The path ahead is fraught with challenges, but it is a journey we must undertake for the sake of our people." He went on to outline the pressing issues that demanded their immediate attention. For too long, the people of Senegal have suffered under the weight of corruption and mismanagement, Faye declared, his words cutting through the silence like a knife. "It is our sacred duty to right these wrongs and restore faith in our institutions." The ministers listened intently, their pens scribbling furiously as Faye delved into the specifics. From revitalizing the ailing healthcare system to renegotiating contracts with foreign companies, no stone would be left unturned in pursuing a fairer, more equitable society. Sonko, ever the firebrand, weighed in with his unwavering support. "The people have spoken, and their voices demand justice," he exclaimed, his eyes burning with determination. "We must hold those responsible for the injustices of the past accountable, no matter how powerful or influential they may be." The discussion then turned to the daunting task of reviving Senegal's economy, which had been crippled by years of mismanagement and cronyism. Finance Minister Aminata Diallo laid out a bold plan to tackle corruption head-on, proposing sweeping reforms and stringent oversight measures. As the meeting drew close, Faye surveyed the room, his gaze lingering on each minister. "My friends, we have been entrusted with a sacred duty," he said, his voice resonating with conviction. "Let us not falter in our resolve, for the future of our nation depends on our actions today." With those words, the cabinet members rose from their seats, their faces etched with determination. The gauntlet had been thrown, and they were ready to take up the mantle of change. 3 days after the historic cabinet meeting, President Faye summoned the nation's attention with a bombshell announcement that sent shockwaves through the corridors of power. Standing before a sea of reporters and cameras, his expression was one of grim determination. "My fellow Senegalese," he began, his voice steady and unwavering. "For too long, our nation has suffered under the weight of corruption and misrule. The time has come to confront the demons of our past and hold those responsible accountable for their actions." The room fell silent, the gravity of Faye's words sinking in. He went on to reveal that a thorough investigation into the previous administration of Macky Sall had uncovered a web of deceit and abuse of power.
Salue la posture des autres candidats qui, sans exception, ont honoré une tradition bien sénégalaise sans même attendre la proclamation des résultats officiels par les instances habilitées de l'État.
Evidence has surfaced of widespread corruption, embezzlement of state funds, and the suppression of political opposition, Faye declared, his words cutting through the tension like a knife. This cannot and will not be tolerated any longer. The bombshell announcement sent shockwaves through the nation, with the people's anger and frustration boiling over. Years of pent-up resentment towards the previous regime came pouring out, fueled by the promise of long-awaited justice. Prime Minister Sonko stood beside Faye, his face a mask of righteous fury. "We promised the people to change, and change we shall deliver," he thundered, his words resonating with the masses. No one, not even the former president himself, is above the law. As the news spread like wildfire, the people took to the streets, their chants echoing through the city. "Justice for Senegal! Justice for Senegal!" they cried, their voices a resounding chorus demanding accountability. Just 2 days after the bombshell announcement, President Faye took the next bold step in his quest for justice. In a nationally televised address, he revealed that arrest warrants had been issued for former President Macky Sall and several of his former ministers. After careful consideration of the evidence gathered by our investigative team, Faye declared, his voice unwavering, "We have no choice but to pursue criminal charges against those who have betrayed the trust of the Senegalese people." The charges leveled against Sall and his inner circle were severe, ranging from embezzlement and abuse of power to the suppression of political opposition. Faye left no stone unturned, detailing the litany of offenses that had been uncovered during the investigation. For too long, our nation's resources have been plundered for personal gain, while the people struggled to make ends meet, Faye said, his words cutting deep. This brazen disregard for the rule of law and the well-being of our citizens cannot go unpunished. As the news reverberated across the country, the reaction was swift and visceral. Supporters of the new administration took to the streets in jubilation, their chants of "Justice for Senegal" echoing through the city. However, those loyal to the former president decried the move as a political witch hunt, accusing Faye of overstepping his bounds. Prime Minister Sonko, ever the voice of the people, wasted no time in addressing the naysayers. "This is not a matter of politics," he thundered, his eyes blazing with conviction. "This is a matter of restoring the dignity and integrity of our nation, a task to which we have been called by the will of the people." The issuance of the arrest warrants marked a pivotal moment in Senegal's history, a line in the sand that signaled the new administration's unwavering commitment to accountability. As the nation held its collective breath, the hunt for the former leaders was on, setting the stage for a legal battle that would test the very foundations of the country's democracy.
Itself was not without controversy. In February, as campaigning was about to start, Sall ordered the indefinite postponement of the election, citing electoral irregularities.
2 days after the issuance of the arrest warrants, the hunt for former President Macky Sall and his inner circle was in full swing. Intelligence reports suggested that Sall had fled the country, seeking refuge in France, the nation's former colonial power. President Faye wasted no time in mobilizing resources and enlisting the support of international agencies and foreign governments. Interpol was alerted, and a global manhunt was launched to track down the fugitives. In France, authorities sprang into action, conducting raids and scouring the country for any signs of the wanted men. Faye's administration left no stone unturned, engaging in diplomatic channels to ensure cooperation from the French government. The search was met with mixed reactions from the international community. Some applauded Faye's unwavering commitment to justice, while others expressed concerns over the potential political implications of such a high-profile pursuit.
Demonstrations in support of President Macky Sall took place in a residential area in the Senegalese capital, Dakar.
Sall's supporters, however, were outraged. They took to the streets in protest, accusing Faye of orchestrating a witch hunt and undermining the rule of law. Their chants echoed through the streets of Dakar, demanding the immediate release of their former leader. Undeterred, Faye addressed the nation, his voice steady and resolute. "Justice knows no borders, and those who have betrayed the trust of the Senegalese people will be held accountable, no matter where they choose to hide," he declared, his words resonating with the masses. As the days ticked by, the search intensified, with authorities leaving no stone unturned in their quest to bring the fugitives to justice. Even as the hunt for Macky Sall and his associates continued, President Faye's investigative team was hard at work, meticulously sifting through mountains of evidence and uncovering a paper trail that exposed the depths of corruption within the previous administration. Whistleblowers and former officials came forward, their testimonies painting a grim picture of cronyism, embezzlement, and the brazen misuse of state resources for personal gain. One by one, the revelations poured in, each more shocking than the last. Documents revealed a vast network of shell companies and offshore accounts used to siphon funds from government coffers and line the pockets of those in power. Finance Minister Aminata Diallo, her brow furrowed in righteous indignation, held up a stack of incriminating files. The people of Senegal have been robbed blind, she declared, her voice trembling with anger. These documents lay bare the betrayal of trust by those who swore to serve the nation. As the evidence mounted, the public's outrage reached a fever pitch. Protesters took to the streets, demanding swift justice and the recovery of the stolen funds. Their chants echoed through the capital, a resounding cry for accountability. Prime Minister Sonko, ever the voice of the people, addressed the nation, his fiery words igniting a newfound sense of hope. The truth has been laid bare, and there is no turning back, he thundered. We will not rest until every last franc stolen from the people has been recovered, and those responsible have been brought to justice. The revelations were a stark reminder of the challenges facing Faye's administration, but they also served as a rallying cry for the nation. With the truth exposed, the path forward was clear: to root out corruption, restore faith in the institutions, and usher in a new era of transparency and accountability. As the investigation into Macky Sall's administration deepened, the focus shifted to the legal battle to bring the former president and his associates to justice. With Sall believed to be in hiding in France, the process of extradition became a diplomatic minefield, fraught with tensions and challenges. President Faye's administration wasted no time in filing formal extradition requests with the French authorities, citing the overwhelming evidence of corruption and abuse of power. However, the process was far from straightforward, as legal experts and pundits weighed in on the validity of the charges and the implications for international relations. In France, the extradition request sparked a heated debate, with Sall's supporters accusing Faye of overstepping his bounds and threatening the rule of law. They argued that the charges were politically motivated, a thinly veiled attempt to silence dissent and consolidate power. Diplomatic tensions between Senegal and France escalated, with both nations jockeying for leverage and support from international allies. France, wary of straining its relationship with a key African partner, trod cautiously, seeking to balance its commitment to justice with its long-standing ties to the region. Prime Minister Sonko, ever the firebrand, refused to back down. This is not a matter of politics or diplomacy, he declared, his voice thundering with conviction. This is a matter of upholding the rule of law and ensuring that justice is served, regardless of the individual's status or influence. As the legal battle raged on, the Senegalese people watched with bated breath, their hopes pinned on the successful extradition of the former leaders. Protests and rallies erupted across the country, with citizens demanding swift action and an end to the culture of impunity that had plagued the nation for far too long. The extradition battle was a test of Faye's administration's resolve, a crucible that would shape the future of Senegal's democracy and its place on the global stage. Amid the tumultuous extradition battle and the ongoing investigation into the previous administration's misdeeds, one figure stood out as a beacon of hope and determination: Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko. From the outset, Sonko had been a driving force behind the push for accountability and justice. His fiery rhetoric and unwavering commitment to the cause had resonated with the Senegalese people, galvanizing their support and stoking the flames of change. As the investigations deepened, Sonko's role became increasingly pivotal. He worked tirelessly alongside President Faye, ensuring that no stone was left unturned in the pursuit of the truth. His presence at rallies and public events was a constant reminder of the government's commitment to transparency and the rule of law. Sonko's popularity soared, with the public rallying behind his calls for sweeping reforms and a new era of governance. His charismatic persona and his ability to connect with the masses on a visceral level made him a formidable force to be reckoned with. However, Sonko's rise to prominence also brought with it challenges and scrutiny. Political opponents accused him of overstepping his bounds, using his platform to consolidate power and further his ambitions. Rumors and innuendos swirled, casting doubt on his motives and his commitment to the greater good. Yet, through it all, Sonko remained steadfast, his eyes fixed firmly on the prize of a new, corruption-free Senegal. He navigated the complex political landscape with a deft hand, forging alliances and leveraging his popularity to further the cause of justice. At public events, Sonko's speeches were electric, his words igniting the passion of the crowd. "We are on the cusp of a new dawn, my friends," he would declare, his voice ringing with conviction. A dawn where the corrupt and the greedy will be held accountable, and the people will once again have faith in their government. As the investigations continued to unfold, the Sonko factor became an undeniable force, a driving force behind the push for change and a symbol of the nation's unwavering determination to break free from the shackles of the past. As the investigations into Macky Sall's administration intensified, concerns grew over the potential economic consequences. Foreign investors grew wary, fearing instability and uncertain policies. Tourism numbers dwindled as the nation's image suffered. Faye vowed to address the challenges, promising transparency and pro-business reforms to revive the economy. Senegal's diplomatic relations were strained, with allies questioning the nation's stability. Some feared a precedent of leaders pursuing predecessors, hampering regional cooperation. Calls grew for accountability measures to strengthen democratic institutions and restore confidence in the rule of law. President Faye remained resolute, reaffirming his commitment to justice and a new era of good governance. He outlined a bold vision for a prosperous, corruption-free Senegal, built on transparency and inclusivity. The road ahead was challenging, but the stakes were high. The future of the nation hung in the balance.
Tous les postes supérieurs dañuy def appel à candidature.
Postes supérieurs, c'est-à-dire?
Moi, les postes de directeurs généraux, chefs d'agence, etc.
Situation ngi nii war na am directeur général. ñu def appel d'offre. Appel d'offre bi bu ñu xoolee ñetti critères yi kan moo ci gën a xarañ, kan moo ci gën a ancien, am compétence aussi, ak kan moo ci gën a jub. ñu génnee 3 meilleurs dossiers yi ci loolu la ñuy tënk président de la République mu nommé.
The PASTEF party had pledged to publish job openings for director positions and other roles that were previously appointed by presidential decree. This move was meant to level the playing field, allowing qualified individuals, especially those in the diaspora, to contribute their expertise. But after the election, the party veered diaspora's disappointment. Take the case of Amadou, an engineer who had completed his studies abroad. His heart swelled with pride at the thought of returning home to build bridges, both literal and metaphorical. He envisioned himself leading infrastructure projects, connecting communities across the Senegal River. But when the promised job openings materialized, they were already filled by party insiders. Amadou's dream crumbled, replaced by frustration and betrayal. Amadou grew up in Thiès, a modest town where dreams were stitched with ambition. Under flickering streetlights, he studied, fueled by the promise of education. Then came the chance, a scholarship to study engineering in the United States. His brilliance guided him through late nights of equations across oceans and cultures. In America, Amadou's IQ blazed brighter than the Senegalese sun. He earned degrees not just for himself, but for the dusty streets of his hometown. He designed bridges and skyscrapers, but Senegal's rhythm still pulsed in his veins. The Sabar drums whispered of home, of unfinished dreams waiting to be built. He longed to return, to share his knowledge to build a nation. But Senegal's politics shifted. The Pastef party, once hopeful, dimmed. The promise of open director roles vanished. Instead, they chose their own, loyalty trumping merit. The diaspora, Senegalese scattered across continents, felt betrayed. Amadou's dream of returning home crumbled like ancient walls. The bridge he'd envisioned, connecting his expertise to Senegal's progress, trembled under the weight of broken promises. On the Brooklyn Bridge, he stood, gazing at the Atlantic. The Manhattan skyline shimmered, mirroring the dreams he'd left behind. His phone buzzed, an email from Senegal. Director positions filled, not by merit, but by party loyalty.
When it comes to Africa, I'm sure many people in this audience will have made the same observations. I think we must take responsibility and accept our failures in dealing with this matter.
Everyone has the right to taste independence. Everyone has the right to regain its dignity. And if France won't let Africans breathe, we are going to force it to listen to us.
Ne veut pas permettre aux Africains de respirer. Nous allons la forcer à nous écouter.
By 1960, France was forced to grant independence to almost all its colonies. But something really important happened in Africa. Basically, the leadership of France decided to keep their empire in Western and Central Africa intact in everything but name. The plan was simple. When an African country gained its independence, it was made to sign a so-called cooperation agreement with France, which would outline the nature of their relations moving forward. In exchange for French foreign aid, African countries were required to give France rights over natural resources, allow France to maintain troops in their territory indefinitely, and, most importantly, keep these countries' currencies linked to France's currency, the franc. Instead of having their own currency, they were to use the franc of the Financial Community of Africa, what is now called the CFA franc. The countries that use the CFA franc have virtually no monetary sovereignty. The value of their currency is linked to the euro. The poorest countries in the world have a currency controlled by the richest countries. If France didn't have its African colonies, because that's what they should be called, it would be the 15th largest world economy. Instead, it's among the first, exactly because of what it's doing in Africa. And the French know this. François Mitterrand, former president of France, said it himself. Without Africa, he declared, France will have no history in the 21st century. France has no intention of actually abandoning a system of extraction that has made it one of the richest nations on earth. The real question is whether the next generation of Africans will allow it to continue.
France must leave Mali. France is here to steal the resources of Mali. France is here to colonize Mali, leave the country without delay. They have been here for 10 years and could not solve the problem.
We can't become complicit in the looting of the poorest countries on earth.
Burkina Faso's junta government ordered hundreds of French troops to depart the West African country within a month, adding the decision had been made to end the presence of France's military on Burkinabe soil.
The French have been asked to leave, but they refused. We are going to defeat those plotting against our country. We are going to defeat them and stomp them out. They are asking you to get ready. You mustn't sleep or doze off. They will leave.
Nigerians were marking the 1-month anniversary of the military takeover.
Before the Senegalese nation, I swear to faithfully fulfill the duties of the President of the Republic of Senegal. I pledge to scrupulously uphold the provisions of the Constitution and laws, to dedicate all my efforts to defending constitutional institutions, preserving the territorial integrity and national independence, and leaving no stone unturned in the pursuit of African unity.
It is high time for France to lift its knee off our neck and put an end to this unjust oppression. Centuries of misery, human trafficking, colonization, and neo-colonization have caused immeasurable suffering. It's time to put an end to this cycle of oppression. It's high time for France to leave us alone. It's time for France to take a cue from its European neighbors and learn a valuable lesson in independence. Germany is the leading economic power in Europe, significantly surpassing France, which is ranked as the 3rd or 4th largest economic power globally. Germany does not exploit any country, any colony. I can mention Italy, I can mention Spain, who had colonies before, but who do not exploit anyone, who do not interfere, who do not impose leaders in their former colonies. On what grounds does France believe it can continue to impose leaders on us and make choices on our behalf? This must come to an end. And the emerging Africa, the African youth, the African elites, and the African diaspora all stand united in saying no, it cannot continue any longer.
The military rulers of Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso have signed a mutual defense pact. The alliance of Sahel states agreement commits the three to assist each other in case of an external attack.
So these African countries are not underdeveloped, they're overexploited.
No one will say to me what I just told you. No one will say Africa is the poorest region in the world today because it is the most overregulated region in the world. It is a place in the world where it's hardest for any entrepreneurs to do business, period. I don't hear anyone saying it. And you tell me how, if you don't have a right diagnosis, how you get to a right solution.
Hello, my lovely win-winners. Today I am speaking to Magat Wade. Magat is a serial entrepreneur on a mission to help her home continent of Africa. She's a well-known speaker and author, but she's probably best known for her various Senegalese businesses, including Adina Drinks, Tiosin, and Skin is Skin skincare line. And it's from this spirit of entrepreneurship that her core philosophy arises, that what Africa really needs is to harness the power of the free market to achieve the economic status that it truly deserves. And I really loved this conversation because it challenged a lot of the preconceived notions I had on the topic. So, on that note, here's Magat Wade. So Magat, I want to start by understanding why it is that Africa has, it's not just a reputation, it seems to be true that it is by far the poorest continent on Earth. 17 out of 25 of the world's lowest GDP per capita countries are sub-Saharan Africa. Over 50% of the world's extreme poor live there. And by extreme poor, that's defined as less than $1.9 a day. Conventional wisdom seems to say it's purely a result of colonization, lack of education, but your thesis seems to be something quite different. So could you explain what are the various factors that are contributing to this?
So the way I would answer that, Liv, and by the way, completely true. I think most people do not like to hear, even today, many Africans, you say Africa is the poorest region in the world, and then there's all screams and cries. Why are you saying that? We're the richest. Because it's true, there is a little paradox there. This is the poorest region in the world, yet in so many other measures, one of the richest, continent regions in the world. And there, what I'm talking about is our population, first of all, right? And then right there, I will say it's a plus, but that plus, if not managed properly, will be our demise, and not just the demise of Africans, but of the whole world. Right? Well, some of us like to say that it can be a ticking bomb.
In what way?
We're talking about Africa is the youngest population, has the youngest population in the world, average age of 19 years old. And also by 2050, 1 out of every 4 people walking this earth will be African. So usually when I say that, I like to stop because I think most people, once their brain catches up with what I said, and they're like, wait, what? And you realize most people don't know this. And so when you say the future will be African, yes, it will be African. And I think it was Noah Smith, he reposted something that he had a long time ago today, saying that basically futurism is Afrofuturism, because it's just because of the sheer dividend, human capital dividend. So the reason why I say it can be a blessing or it could be a curse. And it's horrible for me to say of any human being that it could be a curse. But what I mean by that is if you have this continent being the youngest and going to be also the place where most people, a quarter of the world's population will come from, that's a blessing till now. Until you say, and they remain the poorest in the world. You and I know that those two together is not going to bode well.
Right.
It's already not boding well. That's what I mean by we have a ticking bomb in our hands if nothing is done. Good news is plenty can be done. And that's why I'm so bullish on Africa. Plenty can be done. So the Africa paradox, poorest region in the world, yet so rich in its human capital, so rich in terms of having young people, a lot of them, as well as under the ground, you also have a lot, right?
Huge landmass.
Very diverse.
Natural resources.
The place is just like, wherever you look, it's just like, are you kidding me? No, I'm not kidding you. This is for real. So that's the paradox. And so for me, the best way to answer your question is I'm just going to walk you through what my own journey has been, because I had that same question. So just to walk you back, I was born in Senegal, west coast of Africa. And then right after I was done breastfeeding around age 2, my family did what so many African families, my parents did what so many African parents did before them and continue to do to this day. They made the painful decision that we're going to have to leave our daughter behind.
It must be so difficult.
I think people who don't go through this have no idea. And eventually, a few years later, they called back for me. And what you have to understand is, even though they were able to emigrate under safe circumstances, that's not the way for many people. To this day, Lev, you look at Senegalese news, and you're going to see a boat just tipped over somewhere between Senegal and probably the coast of Spain or somewhere in Italy. For many people, that's how it ends. And you're at the bottom of the ocean serving as fish food. So this is the reality for many of them. And sometimes people would hide in the landing gear of planes. and somewhere above England, where you're
Right.
from, the body drops.
Yeah. So that's the level of desperation.
Level of
that is going-
desperation. And they know, for the most part, they know that these are not tiny chances of them not making it. These are like really almost 50-50. And yet, with all of that in mind, the people I talk to, the young people I talk to, the women I talk to who want to do this, they look at you straight in the eyes and they say, I prefer death to the alternative. And they say, what type of life is that? That your mom needs help and you can't provide it for her, and in nothing else, you're an extra mouth to feed. What type of life is that your brothers and sisters, you watch them dying of diseases that no one should be dying of any longer? What sense of your utility on this earth do you have when you can't provide for yourself, let alone for those around you? And I think we would all feel the same way. At some point, what is life all about? Is it just about you come, you eat, you eat, you have fun, you fuck, and that's great? Really? What's the point of life? And I think for these people, it's really not lost on them. What's the point of life? They want to live productive lives. So then my parents moved, they emigrated, it worked out, and they called for me. So I arrived in Germany in the middle of the winter. I'm like, what the hell? And my what the hell it was not just the weather. The weather was weird, don't take me wrong. But most importantly, Liv, what I saw was the first question that popped into my little girl's head, the little girl that I was, how come they have this and we don't? And all I was talking about back then was, how come back home to take a shower, grandma has to get a charcoal stove going with real coal, fan it.
Takes forever, yeah.
Takes forever. Once finally it boils, she takes it, dumps it into a bigger bucket, mixes it with cold water, and then somebody stronger in the family drags it to the shower area. And there at last, some 45 minutes to an hour later, between the moment I decided that we need to take my shower and the shower happening, 45 minutes to an hour has happened. Here mom is saying, my God, time for your shower. I'm like, I am not getting butt naked in this cold weather. Where is the bucket of water? And she's like, come on, you silly. We don't have buckets here. And then I'm like, wait, what? Jump in the shower, turn the knobs, the water's coming, temperature. I was like, whoa. No, literally, I was like, this can't be real. It's almost like thinking like there's some voodoo stuff going on here, And yeah. And then, paved roads everywhere compared to back home, sandy roads where your feet always become ashy. When you come home, you have to wash your feet, all that stuff. Life was just so cumbersome. And here, life felt just so easy. And I was just like, wow, how come they have this and we don't? And eventually the question became, how come some countries like mine are poor, while others, like the US, like Switzerland, New Zealand, Australia, all of those countries, how come they're rich? Japan. And I've heard it all. I've heard people bringing up the IQ theory. I heard people saying that because we're savages who always fight each other. I heard people saying that, they're just because they're stealing all of our natural resources away from us. I heard people saying it's because of colonialism. I heard people saying it's because of racism. But you know why none of that made sense to me? It's because if any of that was true, how come my parents, how come the minute they leave, all of a sudden they can manifest their greatest potential? Now I'm starting to think, the only variable in here is the place that they happen to be in or not. And then now I'm thinking this must be the place. After a couple of years, the family decides if we're going to stay in Europe, which we're going to stay in Europe now, it's better for us to be in France because of many reasons. In this case, Senegal used to be a colony of France. The French is the official language. So there's all of these ties, for good or for bad. And then there, after business school in France, I decided that France was going to be too small for my ambitions. And I could literally have gone anywhere I wanted to go by that time, because thanks to what my parents have done, they brought me to this place. Now I was a French citizen and all of that, which opened a world of possibilities for me. When you have that passport, a lot of things can happen for you. And I decided to pick the US. When I could have picked any other country, I picked the US. And you know why? Because of Hollywood. That's exactly, the Golden Gate Bridge. Especially the Golden Gate Bridge sold me America. This is the one place I wanted to be in. I was so infatuated with San Francisco. I was so infatuated with those hills, with Alcatraz, with all. It was so wonderful. And also, so I said, I want to go to America. And the movies have sold me the American dream, meaning in America, you can be anything you want. It doesn't matter who you are. Like I felt in France. In France, I felt that, me being the daughter of an immigrant, Black, African immigrant, women, all of that, I knew already all the stacks would be stacked up against me, all the odds. Many of the odds would be stacked up against me. So I took off and I left and I came to the US and I was just like, it was everything and better than what the movies had sold me.
In what way?
The freedom that I sensed from the movie was even more in reality. And there, I became a headhunter in finance, working for, finding talent for companies like Google, for Netflix, before they became household name brands. And there, at some point, something happened to me. Something happened one day. There I was doing extremely well for myself, having just bought a home in Los Altos. Emmanuel and I were doing extremely well. I think you know the Bay Area. So Los Altos is one of the, Los Altos Hills is one of the most expensive zip codes in America. And the reason why I bring it up is because to tell you how much I had lived my American dream. Yet something happened. One day I was driving down Big Sur, which I believe to be one of the most beautiful places on earth. And I was feeling so good about myself. I was feeling so good about everybody who has helped me make the journey. Gratitude all around. Gratitude and pride all around. But just like at any time I felt that way, the next second, it's almost like somebody would flip a switch in my head. Literally. I lived my whole life like that. You go from gratitude, happiness, light, playing music, driving down Big Sur, and all of a sudden, it became dark. And what happened in those moments is that I would think about what I told you about earlier, about the people drowning at sea, the people falling off of airplanes, and the people being sold as slaves. And it would just be the most horrible thing. But that day, something more happened. Because that day, I think, my body just jerked. The pain was so great. My body just jerked so badly that the steering wheel, normally I should be dead by now. I should not be talking to you right now, literally. It's only, what happened is between me, God, and the elements that day. But they say the mind has an infinite ability to make sense of pretty much anything, including of the worst. Mm-hmm. That's how I think some of us, some people were Nazis and still, justifying it. The mind has an amazing ability to do that, but the body doesn't. And I think that day, my body decided to dissociate from my mind. Mm-hmm. Because up till now, my mind would always come up with all the reasons why that was not my fault. That was not my cross to bear.
The Africa's
that whole
issues.
thing.
Yeah.
That whole thing. And then I would walk out of that dark place. Slowly, I would walk out of it because I would have washed myself off of it clean and square.
Right.
Thanks to my mind.
Thanks
to my mind. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But I think that day, what happened? My body's like,
caught up. Yeah.
Yeah. We're not going for this madness. There's something wrong here.
Time to address it.
Exactly. And that's pretty much, I think, what happened. It was really the call. And because I happen to be a person of faith and spirituality, my only way out was surrendering. And I surrendered. I surrendered to God and I said, listen, I have no idea what I need to do. But from here on, I promise you, I am devoting the rest of whatever life you're going to grant me to the betterment of this country of mine and by ricochet, my continent. And that's it. I don't know what to do though, so you're going to have to help me. But I made the vow and that was it. I got back in my car, I drove back and I knew my life would be completely different from here on. And different it became. So that's what happened next is, so Manuel and I got married and everything. And eventually I took him back home to Senegal, my home country. He was French. And I say was because we lost Emmanuel shortly after that. And then when I got home, I started, I got so mad because I looked around and this hibiscus drink I grew up with, the Bissap, it was disappearing. But for me, it was just like, you don't understand this drink disappearing. It's a part of my identity, cultural identity because the people of Senegal are known for the teranga, the hospitality. And teranga is hospitality. That's what we're known for. And we have a juice to personify it. The bissap. When you go into any home, that's what you get greeted with.
This is hibiscus juice.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And then now we were going and nobody was using it. And instead you come with trays full of Tray, Fanta, Pepsi Cola.
Oh, like all Western brands.
Yes. Yes.
Awful.
Because for people like us, for, like I would say, for culturally, traditionally culturally, dominated cultures, we all share this trait of thinking that we're less than, and that our traditions and what is indigenous to us is not as good as the West. And it manifested right there. And when I asked for the hibiscus, my friends were making fun of me. Family members, friends, and they're like, oh girl, where have you been? Pretty much, if you're anything or anybody, you show your status by serving these drinks. So you see these drinks. What I see, you see a tray with drinks. What I see is the tray of the world. The drinks in it, the brands that they are, these are the cultures of the world that matter. And I'm nowhere on this tray. My culture doesn't matter. And in fact, I see it everywhere all the time. And so I was upset with it because I'm like, on one hand, my culture is dying. My people are dying on their way to go look for work because now all is gone. And I'm supposed to be okay with this. And then my husband said, my God, this anger of yours, it's energy, but it's negative energy. Can you see if you can turn it around where it becomes inspiration, therefore, it's positive energy, and see if you can use that to come up with a solution. And between that and my father, who always taught us this mantra of criticize by creating.
I love this phrase because it's very win-winny. It's like, oh, you want to fix something? Build something new.
That's why your title resonates with me. And very much, right? So it's like criticize by creating.
It's another... I think it's a line out of Star Wars. I can't remember which one. It's don't kill what you hate, build what you love.
That's right. That's right.
It's a similar kind of
that's so true
mantra.
And that's an even better one. I'm gonna start using that one as well, because this is something that I try to use it as my guiding light. It's so important for me to always remember what is it that I am for rather than what it is that I am against. Right. It's okay to start with what you're against, but you never should stop there.
Right. You need to move that energy into creating something new.
Exactly.
And this is the inception of your first company then, right?
Yes.
Adina.
Yes, Adina. It was just like, if I'm unhappy with this situation, I have to build a beverage brand that would be putting hibiscus back on the map. And we would do it in a way that we bring back these women to work. And at some point, when the UNDP did a case study on us, we were at, I think, close to 4,000 women. It grew to 9,000 women that we brought back to work. But Liv, while I was building that company, my answer started to draw itself in the canvas.
Of why, the answer to the question of why is Africa struggling, okay?
Because we had to have two sister companies and then a mother company. The mother company was more Cayman-based, and then you had sister company in the US and then a sister company in Senegal. The sister company in Senegal was in charge of supply chain, in charge of all of that part of the business. And then the one in the US was R&D, was sales and marketing, everything else. And it was interesting because back in those days, and we're talking about now, we're like in 2003, going on to 2004. That was the first one. Back then, so quick to get your LLC going on the US side. So quick. Fill it out in no time. It depends on how quickly you type or you write. And the application is done. And a couple $100 maybe. Back then, I think it was not even that much. It was $100 or $150.
It's trivial.
You're done.
Yeah.
Trivial. Something trivial. Compare that to the one in Senegal. Almost 2 years back then. Almost 2 years to legally register.
Years.
And we're not even some of the worst. We were not even some of the worst. So today...
Well, I actually have some stats here. In researching this, it's crazy.
It's insane.
So to create a business in the Central African Republic, it takes 17 documents, 55 days, and about 5K container per container to import goods.
Yeah.
In Angola, you must undertake 44 procedures requiring 1,296 days, which is 3.5 years, to enforce a contract. And that process will cost 44% of the claim. Eritrea, to start a legal business, takes 84 days and 94% of average income per capita in paid-in capital to start a business.
Yeah.
That's Why would you ever start a business? It's
Thank you.
Not only could you, but why? Like, it sounds horrific. You might as well go and do something illegal.
So there you go. And so as I was doing all of that and I was observing all of this, the first reaction for me was like, of course, again, America is a rich nation. Africa is a poor continent. Of course, things are going to be easy here because we're rich and hard there because we're poor. Just come to understand, Liv. No, girl. Come on. Because in between, I had to make a very simple math that I think most people don't make because it's so simple. And it was, you're poor because you don't have enough money, at least not enough money to take care of your basic needs. You don't have enough money because you don't have a source of income. And what is a source of income for most of us?
A job.
Where do jobs come from?
A marketplace.
Yeah. Then don't you think, but then if you told me that the poverty that we just talked about is solved by the jobs that come from these companies, but just 2 seconds ago, you told me, oh my God, it's so hard to do business here. It's so hard to build a business here.
So actually it comes from the regulatory environment.
Yeah. So that was the aha moment because I was just like, if the poverty is solved by these jobs that come from companies, yet you told me that here it is easy for companies to be built, but here it is hard for companies to be built, then of course, the places where it's easy for companies to be built are going to be rich. And the places where it's hard for companies to be built are going to be poor. Hello? Duh.
So would you say this is the regulatory environment is the primary cause of why Africa is lagging behind?
What we're talking about here is the business environment. These are all the rules and regulations that are in place in every country.
The rules of the game.
The rules of the game. Thank you. So if here the rules of the game make it so near impossible for you to enter the game, then most people are not going to want to enter the game. You said it yourself. Why bother with this? When I looked there, I was shocked because it is not something that most people were talking about. To this day, they're not talking about it because to this day, you line up 100 people live, 100 people. Line up 100 Africans here, line up 100 non-Africans here. Usually they fit into 2 groups, same usual groups. The Africans and their allies and their non-African allies. You ask them, why is Africa poor today? Why is Africa poor today? Why is Africa poor, the poorest region in the world in 2024? Because we just got into 2024. Most Africans and their allies will come up with the usual suspects that side would come up with. Colonialism, slavery, they're stealing our natural resources, racism, yada, 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 yada. The non-Africans who are not allies of Africans would tend to be, or have no compassion or whatever, would tend to say, IQ, low IQ, they fight all the time, they're lazy, they're crooks. And both sides would also say, bad leaders, bad governance, we talk about all of that stuff. But do you know what I don't hear from either side? No one will say to me what I just told you. No one will say, Africa is the poorest region in the world today because it is the most overregulated region in the world. It is a place in the world where it's hardest for any entrepreneurs to do business, period. I don't hear anyone saying it. And you tell me how, if you don't have a right diagnosis, how you get to a right solution.
The next question is why has that happened?
What happened is, towards the end of colonization in most African nations that were colonized, and Ghana went first in 57, but in the late 50s, early 60s, you had this wave of independences happening on African nations. Yep. And so, but what happened is before that happened, before the end of colonialism happened, you were having Gandhi, who was doing such great strides. Like here you had this the biggest colonized nation on earth about to be freed from the biggest colonizer on earth, Great Britain, and I mean there was a wind of optimism going on in the world of the colonized, know, and the Africans surely were watching as well. And then you had these people who would become what we call together the liberators of Africa. These are the ones who were also fighting for the liberation of these African nations. And you had people like Jomo Kenyatta, you had Julius Nyerere of Tanzania. So all of those people were starting to bubble up. But what happened is, I will teach you nothing if I say to you that back in those days, though, what was going on. You had these two great ideologies fighting with one another. On one side, represented by the West, defending freedom and using capitalism as their economic system, facing off with various statism, from the Eastern Bloc, right? And these two ideologies were fighting. So it was freedom on one end and statism on the other end. This one was using capitalism as its economic system, and these guys were using various forms of control systems for their economic systems. But they were fighting, and usually what happens is ideologies fight for influence, and they were looking for influence south, looking down south to Central America, all the way to Latin America, Africa, all of that. And so us, again, and this is easy for me to understand because put yourself in the shoes of these African liberators. Socialism, communism, those ideologies were en vogue. Most people were.
Right, academics.
The academics were that. We were being lied by the Soviet Union that, that stuff worked when we only found out later it was not working.
Plus, I imagine you were previously colonized countries were wanting to stick the middle finger up to their colonizers. And it's like, well, wait, if the UK are doing that thing,
yes,
let's not do that.
So what happened is, here are our people, our liberators, who are fighting. We had come out of slavery, then colonialism. Colonialism, we were just into it and about to come out of it. And them saying, look, you guys, the West, are the ones who colonized us. And so surely whatever it is that you're promoting, we're going to be against you. Also this whole idea, this whole attitude of the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Right.
So in this case, we're going to go side with the Eastern Bloc and the ideologies they were peddling.
Let's become socialists.
Exactly. So this is when we threw the baby out of the bathwater, in this case, capitalism, which, by the way, the capitalism part, which is an economic system. See, people also confuse capitalism with a governance system. The governance system doesn't have to be the same as your economic system. It can be separated. And that's another problem that people have a hard time understanding. But anyways, when they threw the baby out with the bathwater, in this case, capitalism was the baby, they threw it out with the bathwater. What happened there is that was in flagrant denial and misunderstanding of our African roots prior to slavery.
Right. You actually say in your book, there was this common misconception that Africa was always a socialist place because of this concept of Ubuntu.
Ubuntu, yes.
Ubuntu.
Yes.
But you then say, actually, that conflation was probably the worst thing that's ever happened to Africa.
That's right.
As bad as colonialism and slavery. Now, that's a big statement.
And I stand by it.
Can you explain what Ubuntu is and why it's not socialism? And actually why pre-colonialization, it was actually a very market-driven place.
Yes. So what Ubuntu is this African philosophy of I am because we are. So this very strong emphasis on the community, right? Because when you look at Africans, we live very communal. It seems like a communal life. We rely on each other a lot. The community, it's a very strong sense of community. It's all about
family.
Community, family, exactly. And even beyond the family, it's like the community, your clan, all of that stuff. So we're very strong about that. And people would think, so when you look at it from that standpoint, you're thinking, aha, you collectivist. No. Remember, capitalism is just an economic, system. It's not like your social system. See, socially speaking, we're socialist. Socially speaking, we're collectivist. Socially speaking, we're about the family, the community. But economically speaking, the way we made our money was capitalist. So you make your money this way, but then you spend it this way. You can be collectivist, socially speaking, but it doesn't have to be the economic system that you use. And in fact, free market capitalism can go hand in hand with socialist sociability, or so. I don't know how you would say it like that, but this is something that people are struggling with. But where we need to make the differentiation is, one is an economic system, and another one is a form maybe of governance, or even how you as a society want to operate. But it doesn't have to do much with your economics. Because I like to say, I don't care. You want to distribute your money all you want, like the Scandinavian nations, fine. But first, somebody has to make the money. And there's one way to make money. One way, last time I checked. One way. So do whatever you want with the money you made, but you got to make it first. Many Africans, they resent the idea of capitalism because for them, it goes against that identity of theirs that's very Ubuntu-like. and I say, I am Ubuntu like you are, but it has nothing to do with the way we make our money. And actually, George would show that when people made money in Africa pre-slavery, 1/3 the person who made it decides to put it back into the community, the other third to reinvest, and the other third to keep.
That's what makes the most sense, actually, to me. So it's what people then do. They make their money in a capitalist way, but how they then distribute it is actually quite social.
That's right.
That seems like a very healthy balance.
I would think.
Yeah.
I would think. So when you go back and you look at the work of people like Professor George Ayite, Ghanaian economist, who really had the insight to look places where no one was looking at for his time, because in his time it was really it was not good to be not socialist. Everybody was going with a pattern, and he's like, no, there's something at odd here. And when I asked him, when I said, Professor, why did you look there? When everybody was looking north, you're looking south. What's it? Are you just a contrarian? He's like, no, because everything I knew about our past, and he would like to argue that in his case, when he talked about the past of Africa, this is what he says. And I noticed most of us, the story of Africa starts with slavery. But no. There were people there before the white man ever set foot on the continent.
Hundreds of thousands of years.
Yes, you know what I mean? There were people there. And who were we? What were we doing? How were we operating? What's going on? And eventually you learn that, Africa, we had some of the most sophisticated, trade routes in the world. There is definitely open trade. And then people, when they arrive at a center where trade is happening, all of a sudden you have these insurers kind of being born out of nowhere. So to ensure the trade that's happening, and then when the trade is over, then everybody moves on.
So it was a very sophisticated
market for the time.
Yeah, market-driven economy.
Exactly. The chief, you find that in many societies, the chief was just basically a person in which the people have entrusted. It's almost like you are the safe, right? But anytime we're not happy with you, we take back our stuff from you. It's not yours.
So there was a form of democracy as well.
Yes. And better than democracy, I would like to argue, and this is going to be the topic of my next book, this whole concept of kritarchy, the law of the judges rather than the law of the legislators.
Kritarchy?
Yes, kritarchy. So kritarchy, that's all it means. It means the law of the judges. So it's the judges. So in many African communities, especially this is very known, especially in with the Somalis. If you read this book, The Law of the Somalis, I mean, that book is one of my favorite books. And that's the one that my next one is going to be building off of, because the gentleman who wrote it could not finish it. He died. He was a Dutch scholar married to a Somali woman and living in her clan on the land with her. So he totally got to understand a lot of these things. But anyway, in many African nations, as George also would show, there was nothing to judge until there was a crime. So a court would only be formed once there is a crime. And every crime has a price. And this idea of jail, we did not know. Jail was not part of our thing. So if there's a price to pay, if you who committed the crime you could not pay for it, then your family is going to have to come up with it. If the family cannot come up with it, the clan come up with it.
So there's a sort of self-enforcement mechanism. There's some strong incentives of
to
people,
not mess around.
Yeah, to like slap down any crime emerging in your community.
That's right. And even better, when a crime occurs, let's say you stole a cow from me, that's a crime, and we're gonna have to educate this thing, right? So what happens there is now a court is gonna have to be formed to educate this case. And guess what? The beauty of it is that both you and I are going to be nominating the judge. One judge, but it's going to be somebody that you said yes to and I said yes to. And it was such a big pride in the community to be elected judge. So everybody is exerting the virtues.
Everyone feels like you're fair.
Exactly. Everybody now is working on the virtues on a regular basis to be a good judge. So people are really outperforming themselves to be fair, and you're not going to vote for somebody that you know is going to be biased against you or whatever. So by definition, that judge we pick, you and I, we know it's going to be the most fair to both of us. And see, these are how we were doing things. So that's why I like to argue that kritarchy in my mind, especially if we can find a way to upgrade it. And that's the next book I'm going to work on.
It sounds like a very bottom-up form of justice and legal governance.
Yes. I would like to revive kritarchy, updated for 21st century, where the rights of the minorities, especially women and children, is going to be more respected. right? So and all types of other minorities. So that's the one thing that's the one piece that I have to get right. But then everything else in my mind is so, and if we can get that piece added to what critarchy traditionally was, then we come up with something that in my mind is going to be superior to democracy as we know it. Because we can all see that democracy has shown its limits. This democracy, winner takes all. We all agree that this is better than anything else we have had so far. But for me, it's showing its limits.
So yeah, that's definitely goes against a lot of intuitions, I guess. You know, the image that gets pushed to someone like me growing up in the West who knows very little about Africa, it's like kind of it's strong men, and that there's these power maximizers who control everything. But it sounds, and that was what it was always like. But it sounds like that wasn't the case. It
wasn't because then what happened?
Power is actually quite decentralized,
exactly,
and fluid.
You got the right word. It was completely decentralized and it was fluid, so which means it could adapt to its time and
Which
to the
sounds like a very healthy system.
Thank you very much. So that's why my goal is to bring this back, but I got to figure out the minorities things. And then one more thing about that is also, so it's when they came, the colonizers came and they said, oh, look at these savages. For them, the right way of governance was to be centralized.
Right.
And when they did that, we went from tribes to tribalism, because tribes are not stupid. If you centralize the power and also we've had the money, because we had all of the money coming with it, then people are going to fight to control this. And if you don't control it, your tribe might be at risk.
Right.
And so you see all of a sudden how we went from these very decentralized tribes, for the most part, maintaining the peace. Maintaining the peace for the most part. I'm not saying they were not fighting. Fighting is everywhere. I mean, humans all across the ages fight. But for the most part, they knew how to maintain the peace because it's super decentralized. But it's when they brought this idea of centralization, because they said it was a superior way.
That destabilized
They destabilized everything. And to this day, in Somaliland and in Somalia, a lot of these issues you're seeing still goes back to that. And you find that the minute that they get their fingers out of it, things get better. And then when things get better, the international community comes back and saying, okay, now we're going to come and help them. When they come back, they bring that back with them.
You know, a lot of people are fans of socialism, but they often obviously see it through a Western lens. Explain to me, because you go into this quite extensively in your book, why socialism specifically was so damaging for these African nations, because it wasn't just, it sounds like it's the combination of socialism plus this disruptive force of like suddenly centralized control mechanisms.
This is why when you say so many people, maybe your audience are going to be fans of socialism. And this is where I would love to have them in front of me, because they're going to have to tell me, what do they mean by socialism? Because I have a hard time believing that anybody, if they identified socialism to be the force that has killed so many millions of people around the world, for them to still say, and we think it's a good system, it just has not been done right. I would like for them to tell me. I'm genuinely curious. But I will tell you what, for me, what I talk about when I talk about socialism here. I talk about this, this whole centralized, controlled ways of the economics, right? And also this idea that everything needs to come from the top. I'm talking about all of it. I'm talking about an environment that doesn't allow for open trade, doesn't allow for open markets. That's more what I'm talking about.
Yeah, because you actually talk about it was J.J. Rawlings.
Yeah,
and because actually it was women that would create the markets.
That's right.
Often.
That's
right. They were called market women.
To this day.
They were setting the prices and well, they weren't setting prices. The prices was emerged naturally.
Yes.
Through trade.
Yes.
And J.J. Rawlings was so dedicated to socialist price controls. You can't set the prices, that he would literally bash their babies' heads in as punishment.
So what you have to understand is a lot of these African liberators, by the way, were trained in the West during times when socialism was en vogue. No respectable intellectual was not socialist. All of them were, for the most part, socialist. So when you're living in times where the accepted philosophy is X, it takes extraordinary people to go against the grain, right? So in this case, most of them were brought up in times when socialism was en vogue, and for the most part, they were also trained abroad. That's another point that Professor Aite made to me, because I said, why? What happened to these people? He said, they just didn't know their history. They just didn't know who they were.
They didn't know the culture.
They didn't know their culture, if you think of it. And that made sense. And so, because if they knew, they would have known that in pre-slavery Africa, no chief would ever have dared to tell Liv or Magat, you get to sell bread, but this is how much, this is the little amount of profit you can make. If you make beyond that, you're gonna be in trouble. The chief does not decide what you and I get to sell to each other. Do we sell to each other or not? What do we do? How much do we sell and how much profit? Never. No one would dare to do that. This was an import. This ideology was an import. And so for the socialism that makes it that, that looks for equal outcomes, because to me that's really in the end that's their big ends that justifies all the means, because we all have to end up in the same place, so therefore whatever it takes, because that's a moral way to be. And in the name, but the truth is, you and I, we don't want to be the same. We don't. I look at these fingers, none of them is the same height as the other, but they work together. And so my point is, so that's what happened. So these people brought these ideologies that were completely foreign to us. Completely foreign. And our people drank it. They drank the Kool-Aid. They didn't think. Because when he was doing that, when Rollins was doing that, he was telling me right away he did not know to which people he belonged to in the first place. To this day, markets in Africa are dominated by women. See, that's another thing. Many African nations, many African societies were matrilineal, meaning the child would carry the name of the woman. The Amazons, many people think Amazons are these exotic ladies somewhere in the Amazons because of the name. Do you know where the Amazons are from? Benin.
Really?
Yes, they were the first recorded, I think maybe the only probably also, female army defending the king. That's what the Amazon says. I think the movie finally just came out. It's called Women Warrior or King whatever the name of the movie is. That's what it is. So a lot of these things, we had it like that.
So it's actually much more gender balanced, or even matriarchal societies were existing.
Yes,
and then that does not go with the narrative. Again, it's like we've fed it's patriarchy everywhere.
We've been fed so many crazy things, and then the other thing is also same thing. They came. The West, especially some of our, very Puritan for the most part, and they said to the right a social order between men and women is the men in front and the women in the back. They did that. Many societies, it's women who would own the land. This is things that people don't know, but that's why for me, us Africans have to really remember who we are and where we came from. And there's a lot of things about us that were right. So right here, I will assert this is my birthright to be a capitalist, to be and I would say it better, maybe a free market capitalist.
Right. Well, because I'd love to get into the different types of capitalism that you would advocate for. There are many different flavors of it. You've got like laissez-faire, state-guided. What form of capitalism would you like to see, for example, in Senegal? Or what would your action plan for Senegal be?
What I believe is no person left behind. And what I mean by that is as simple as everybody needs equal access to opportunity. What they do with that access, it's up to them.
Right, because that phrase, no person left behind, has been co-opted in some ways.
I know,
right?
That's why I use it.
Into not equal opportunity, but equal outcomes. And now we're getting back into the sort of downsides of socialism and communism, right?
Yeah, the idea of leaving no one behind is a good thing. But the way you leave no one behind is providing everybody with equal access to opportunity. Again, what they make with it or don't, it's going to be up to them. But should we all work super hard for as many of us to have access to the same opportunity? I think we should.
Yeah.
Should we help as many of us to make sense of that opportunity? I think we should. But I cannot walk the last mile for you. And that's where everything is, that last mile. I can give you everything you need. I can provide you with all the support, everything. But if you don't want it or don't want to show up for it, there's nothing else I can do. And this is where we need to agree. This is where my job stops and yours starts. And this is also where your responsibility is at. If we can have peace with that, I think we'll be better people. But this idea that equal outcome, so I don't agree with that. So because of that, because I care about equal access to opportunity, for me, we go back to the environment. So, and this is something that takes me back to, this conversation I was having, with Vitalik about, EA, the world of EA, effective altruism, for people who don't know what EA stands for. I've always had good inclinations toward the EA community because I always thought that bringing rationality into figuring out philanthropy was a good thing. Because I'm the first one to be upset with stupid philanthropy, and philanthropy can be very stupid. Plenty stupid, exactly.
Still is.
So I was like, thank God we have people who are going to use, their mind as well to work together with the heart and, get us to a better place. But I think, when that happened, where for me, I'm definitely solidly in that camp of EA, but where EA kind of lost me was with the fact that I felt, but I'm like, okay, can we push the thinking further down? Do we have to stick at the social fact of somebody is poor, so it's a matter of us thinking about what we're going to give them and how we're going to give it to them and make sure it's done in a way that's going to be effective? How about we push the envelope further along and say, but do people really have to be given things? Or can we not trust the fact that given the right circumstances, and that's a key word, circumstances, they too can lift themselves out of poverty? Or do we believe that they just need to be given?
Well, interestingly, some of the most cost-effective and therefore impactful interventions have trended towards being things like cash transfers or startup loans, which is, okay, yes, it's not quite changing the system from the outset, but it's one layer above that. It's identifying promising communities and giving them an influx of essentially capital, which they can then deploy.
That's right.
So it's still a form of charity, right? Because it's sending money with sort of minimal strings attached.
But it's productive. It's way more productive than what was there before. Because when you're doing that, you are doing a part. You're doing a part of what I call the entrepreneur's toolkit. If indeed, as remember when we said, poverty solved by jobs coming from companies, businesses, but those businesses need a right environment. When you call that whole business environment, all of the stuff that goes into it is what the economists would call economic freedom. Mm-hmm. And in economic freedom, you would also have, access to capital, access to investment. But that's not all. You need that, but that's actually going to happen better and go further if you have everything else to be right as well. We're talking about rule of law. We're talking about clear and transferable property rights. We're talking about, people understanding what the law is and also trusting that cases will be educated in a fair, quick, and cheap way. All of that stuff has to happen. So when you're saying we're going to provide you with capital, that's more than what was there before, for sure. And it's definitely part of the entrepreneur's toolkit because we need to liberate those entrepreneurs so they can create all the wealth we're talking about. So when you're doing that, you're doing better than before. But still,
you need to go deeper.
Where's the environment? Exactly.
It sounds like you're saying the most effective thing that could be done is changing the rules of the game, creating a soil that is fertile enough in terms of minimal regulation, the right amount of regulation to enable little community things to actually grow, entrepreneurs, to allow intellectual capital to actually do its thing, giving people.
Exactly.
And I mean, I would completely agree with you. And I think that's a fair critique of not just effective altruism, but all forms of philanthropy, and that it probably doesn't go deep enough to that systemic layer. I would say that at least, I can't, again, speak for other forms of philanthropy, but the charities, the effective altruism charities I've donated to, like Against Malaria Foundation, Give Directly, those kind of charities, they've never claimed that they are trying to do a systemic change. That's not their expertise.
That's right.
They're just like, this, we don't know how to go in and change a system. That's probably an overreach. Yeah. Someone should do that.
Yeah.
Those problems, this is the best way in the current system to try and help lives.
That's right.
Now, doesn't stop anyone else coming in and trying to, which is, I guess, what you're trying to do, right? You're trying to do the systemic change.
Right.
Actually, before we move on into the systemic change and I think the different types of capitalism, I'd love to get your thoughts on foreign aid. Because that's a very different thing. It's technically a form of philanthropy.
Yeah.
But if we've talked about effective philanthropy, that's, from what I can gather from the way you're rolling your eyes, that's the most ineffective and possibly even net negative. So can you explain why?
Sure. So foreign aid, for people who might not be familiar with it. So first of all, before I even go into the whole thing of aid, I want to make it clear, and I always make it clear, I don't have an issue with humanitarian aid. when disaster strikes, we all have to go and help, and that's just we help
like a
first.
big earthquake
We
or
help,
something.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
we help
famine,
first,
yeah.
and we talk later, right? We don't ask questions. It's just like it's a no-brainer. So
It's an urgent-
never,
yeah.
exactly, never do I have an issue with that. But when it becomes chronic, then we have an issue. The fact that in Haiti we still have people who are there, that's a whole nother problem, and that's going to be into what we talk. So foreign aid is government to government aid. So because, like we said earlier, towards the end of colonialism in Africa, basically because the African liberators, had drank the socialist Kool-Aid of their times. Most African nations, pretty much for all of them, started out with socialist leaders. Having in place very socialist policies. Even the ones who would say, oh, no, we were not completely socialist, like Nigeria or something. But I'm like, even you are following 5-year a la Soviet style type of, top-down, policies. So even there. And so that's kind of how we started on this journey. And as we all know, you follow, socialist policies. In the end, you don't have much to show in the form of wealth and prosperity that you have built. So because we did that and we embraced this deadly ideology, we ended up where we are today. Meaning 60 some plus years later, my country became, free April 4th, 1960. So we're in it almost 64 years now. Soon, Senegal is one of the 25 poorest countries in the world, despite being one of the 2 countries in Africa that never had a coup, never had a civil war. And you could say that we were supposedly a beacon of democracy. So that's my other problem also with democracy, because so many people have been distracting us with making us think that democracy equals prosperity building. Is that a good thing to have democracy for prosperity? Yeah. Is that a prerequisite? I think the Chinese model, all of these other models,
Right.
it doesn't mean that I'm against it.
It's a correlation, not necessarily a causation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that I'm against it. That's also what I want to make sure people don't hear. Oh, my God is into... No, that's not what I'm saying. But again, I feel like we've been distracted because, again, I think this whole... What you're asking me about is we've been distracted a long time. So anyway, because we have been showing, we have had nothing to show for our socialist ways. Our nations are still poor 60 some plus years after colonization because we have embraced socialism and never questioned it, by the way. That's why this book, The Heart of a Cheetah, we have to question all of this. We have never questioned it. We take it for granted and we're trying to fix our problems within the social fact. So because of that happened, we're poor. Poorest region in the world. The rest of the world feels like it always has to help us. Foreign aid, government to government aid. So you could think, then people are like, why are you complaining about foreign aid? We're here helping you build your roads. We're building your hospitals, all of that stuff. I'm like, okay, lady. Because in this case, it was a lady that I had a fight with last time. So I'm like, okay, lady. I'm like, let's think about your foreign aid. Because, Liv, life is all about trade-offs, right?
Oh,
so
yeah.
let us look at the trade-offs. So for your foreign aid, I get a few roads. But not even the best roads, because guess what? A road that was supposed to mobilize, I'm just making up a number, $5 million to make a road if you want to do it right. It costs $5 million, but I know you only put $2 million in it because you stifled the other $3 million. The other $3 million went half in the pocket of the corrupt leader that you're dealing with, and the other half went straight back to you with all of your agencies that are serving also the foreign aid world. So we get 2 million if we're lucky. The rest is separated between the leader of this country, corrupt leader of this country, this foreign nation, and the other comes straight back to Tokyo, comes straight back to Paris, comes straight back to Washington, D.C., and so on and so forth.
So actually, it's not really trickling down where it needs to be. It's just getting all siphoned off and
exactly.
squandered.
For the crappy road, I guess what? I get a leader that's never going to want to leave.
Right.
Because he or she wants to stay to keep taking that money. Because remember we said $5 million road, $3 million is not accounted for.
Mm-hmm.
Some of that is in the pocket of that guy or that woman, oftentimes guys. And they're going to use that money to go buy chateaus in the south of France. They're going to have Swiss bank accounts. They're going to have all types of goodies like that. So, but because of that, because they want access and control of that foreign aid, they're going to fight.
That's the thing. It's if you've already got corruption, then foreign aid will actually entrench that corruption further because there's just more and more power going to the people who are willing to do that.
So that's one thing. People who never leave, so the violence that provokes. Then you also have a culture of dependency. Entire generations of Africans who learn that we're given stuff. For whom at some point, it's what's normal is not to work. What's normal is to be given. What do you mean work? What do you mean? You can't have an entrepreneurial, like society with a mindset like that. So you're robbing. You're really
robbing agency.
Yes, and that's big. That one is big. It's
right,
big.
That continues then down generations. It becomes a mindset.
Exactly.
It's very cancerous. Yeah.
Exactly. And least but not least, because when you're doing all of this foreign aid and all of that, it's in a way covering the real problems. When you're doing all of this, no one is talking about the business climate. And then some people will say, oh, no, what are you talking about? During the Washington Consensus, the World Bank and others told the African nations that they're going to have to clean up, their business environment a little bit. So, because otherwise we're not going to give money. And you know what many of them did? They cut healthcare and they cut education. They didn't cut their having one more mention. They didn't cut having 20 million
How much is spent
girlfriends.
on bureaucracy in general?
Nothing. Yeah. They cut where they thought it would be the easiest to cut, which is the most ridiculous thing because
that's where actually the money's needed.
I mean, health and education are always going to be the last thing that I personally, and even as a bleeding heart libertarian, maybe because I'm a bleeding heart libertarian, that's the one thing where I argue with so many, libertarians, because I'm like, giving money to education and to health, I will never have a problem with that. Never. I argue that if there are ways it can be done better. I want to help with the education of children, even if they're not mine. I want to make sure that a man or a woman or a child is upright, not on the bed. I want that. And if the only way to do it would be to donate, fine, let's donate. But I just want to make sure it's effectively going to go to them and do what it's supposed to do, educate them and or give them health. So because foreign aid covers all the problems, we're still not addressing the issue. And as long as the issue is not addressed, Africans stay poor. And guess what? Africans stay poor, what does it mean? It means racism. My friend Remy Adekoya, he's in England. He wrote this book that I think everybody should read. It's called It's not about whiteness, it's about wealth. I believe that 80% of racism is due to the fact that Africa, being home to 90% of a representative of a black race, skin color, happens also to be the poorest in the world, and that blackness has come to be linked to less than. Exactly. Right. The day we correct that, the day we become prosperous, I like to argue 80% of it is going to disappear. 80%. This is not to take lightly. And so for me, that's a worse one. In addition to just people living in poverty, which is the most indignified thing in the world. And the fourth one is neocolonialism. He who makes the gold makes the rules.
There's this feeling of indebtedness that it keeps perpetuating that cycle.
Yeah, and because you give me the money, so that's how the French, that's how the Americans, all of these people get to actually decide even who we elect. Make no mistake, many Africans and their allies think, I'm African, but I'm not the type of African who thinks that way. So many Africans think that Africa is poor because of neocolonization. They'll say, okay, colonization is done, but we're still colonized, we're neo-colonized, meaning like everybody's meddling with our affairs and everything, and or buying our resources on the cheap. Like basically, we're still neo-colonized. And I say, make no mistake, we are neo-colonized because we are poor. We're not poor because we're neo-colonized. Very different. They don't think about it. And as long as we remain poor, the rest of the world will help themselves.
Before we get into some of these solutions, what's an example of foreign aid that you do support?
Basically, the only forms of aid that I support is the aid that helps people be productive.
Which actually brings back to almost like the type of give directly.
Yes, I always support, some people are asking when something happens, even in when there is a disaster that strikes, I say try to support people on the ground. And this is my other thing with centralized versus decentralized. Local is always going to know better. And that's why I hate socialism as well. Local is always going to know better than the central planners.
Right.
It's just the nature of a beast.
It's just a richer information landscape.
That's it.
You're going to have higher
feedback
quality
loop.
information. Yeah,
And
exactly,
feedback loop, and the
loops,
feedback loop is shorter and it's more potent. So that's why socialism, who thinks it's everything comes top down, compared to free market capitalism, where it comes from the bottom and bubbles up. The market instructs us of what is needed, when it's needed, how much is needed, where it needs to go, and how it goes.
So some people would argue that capitalism has, because if I look around here in America, I mean, even somewhere like here in Austin, which is actually more, it has a sort of stronger religious vein to it. And there are a lot of churches around. And yet even here seems like it's losing that community feeling. And some would argue, and I wonder it myself, like, is that a result of sort of this very capitalist structure that has broken down the strength of community? And I would worry that would that same thing then happen to Africa?
I would argue the opposite. I would argue that the reason why we have gotten to where we are is not because of capitalism. It's actually because the state has been taking on more and more.
Right.
Because
and robbing communities of their cohesion.
Exactly.
Whether it's through self-enforcement.
Yeah, because at first, when it was all of these mutual aid societies were more or less, private, because the church, it's all private, right? You're doing is people coming together, getting something together, a church, a mosque, or whatever, or just, I don't know, like a women's house for women. What happened is the more the state takes that responsibility, the more it takes control of that, what happened is all of a sudden, if you're living in a community where, which church are you part of? Which mosque are you part of? Which synagogue are you part of? Which temple are you part of? Whatever it is, or which group are you part of? You choose whichever works for you, and in a way, it's gonna inspire you to be a good community person, because in a way, you're down on your luck. You're gonna depend on these people, right? If you're gonna be a jerk to everybody, I'm sure people are probably going to try to help you for sure, because, we need to help sometimes no matter what. But, you also sense that in return, you also are going to be a little bit more community oriented. Also do your part. Do your part whenever you can. So that way, whenever you need, you can take out of a pot. But you also have to feed the pot, right? So you contribute. So, and that forces you in a way to be part of a community and have that sense of community. Right? But now imagine the state takes it. Now you're like, I don't give a shit about any of you guys.
Right.
Why do I care about any of you? Because if I need something, I don't care. Indiscriminately, it's going to come down.
Right.
So this is not capitalism that did this. It's things actually becoming more socialized.
Yes.
Through the state that it became this. Because all of a sudden now, you took away the incentive that this woman or this man or this child had to be a good community member.
So one of the solutions you are strongly advocating for Africa, that harnesses the best bits of capitalism, are sort of these startup or charter cities, they're sometimes known as special economic zones.
Yeah.
Can you explain what those are?
Yeah.
And can perhaps give an example of one you'd like to see that is starting?
So earlier when you were talking about capitalism, which type and all of that. So for me, I'm all about, the only one that's worth anything is free market / entrepreneurial capitalism. So that's the one where you have to grow the pot in order, for it to work, not be a rent seeker, because that's not capitalism that way, that's crony capitalism. And I think it's important we bring that up, because many people in the name of crony capitalism despise capitalism. Crony capitalism is this force by which you get to get ahead because you have friends in business, in government especially, basically where the power is, government power especially.
People who are setting the rules.
Exactly.
You can
influence.
And
you set them to influence, to help yourself.
It's another form of corruption, basically.
But too often, when people think of capitalism, they think of that.
Yes.
And I'm like, it's very important there again that we make the differentiation. Because capitalism is really about giving everybody a fighting chance. If you're an entrepreneur, I'm an entrepreneur. We don't have mommy and daddy, aka the state, using its power, which is the rules and regulations, to kind of tweak them in a way that, I want Liv to be the winner. So if Liv is short, I'm going to make sure that, play to whatever she...
Right. Design the rules so that short people have a
exactly. Or if Liv is tall...
But isn't this going to be inevitable?
Is it going to try? Yes. Do we have to let it be? No. But the US has really gone a very, very bad direction on this. Don't take me wrong. The US is still one of the best countries to do business in the world to this day, despite its problem. But the US is going to have to catch itself,
right?
Because it's really backtracking. So going back to entrepreneurial capitalism, and also I want to say I'm a firm supporter of conscious capitalism. And the reason why I bring it up is because
Can you define that?
Yeah. So conscious capitalism is basically this whole concept around purpose maximization versus profit maximization.
Right.
For us, the relationship between purpose and profit is just a relationship between, if I say live, what's your goal, your dream in the world? And I know you're going to tell me it's something that's going to be, but something about changing the world, right? You want to change the world.
Finding the win-wins.
There you go. But in no circumstances will you say, my goal is to produce as many red blood cells as possible. But you need to produce them if you want to stay alive, so you can do all of those big things. That's the only thing. That's the only So John Mackey says it's the best. Profit is to the human being with these big goals, what the red blood cells. That's it. You got to have them. You got to produce them. They got to be abundant.
It's a metric, but not the metric.
Exactly. It's not the end goal. If you don't have profits, you cannot sustain the whole machine. But it's not the end game. So purpose maximization over profit maximization. But what we have found is if you go for purpose maximization, you tend to do better than those who don't care about purpose maximization. And it makes sense because for conscious capitalists, a business has 6 stakeholders: employees, your suppliers, your customers, Mother Earth herself, as well as the community in which the business is working, and yes, your shareholders. And anytime you make a decision, it's got to be a win between all 6.
The pushback is that the company that sacrifices a few of those will get the leg up. Like if they're the ones who, let's say, don't also make sure that Mother Earth wins because they can externalize the costs, some form of pollution, and thus, because they're kicking out those costs, they're not factoring them into their equation, they can put that money straight back into growing faster. Arguably, they would then get a leg up ahead of the ones who do the slow, more expensive things, such as taking care of Mother Earth. So that's where my internal struggle is with, I still describe myself as a capitalist, but that's what this Moloch problem is.
No, and it's a very good point.
How do we beat that?
It's a very good point. And this is why us conscious capitalists, we like to say that we're all about value. It's about value. And what do we mean by value is, first of all, because what you described, you see, one is short-term looking, the other one is long-term looking. Mm-hmm. Many conscious capitalists, and that's why in a way, the companies that can do this the best is the companies where you still have a founder. That's why I have so much respect also for companies, like the Giga Fund, where it's explicitly, we're going after founders that are working on problems that are 20, 25 years down the road.
Right.
And
very
we want long view type, and we want these founders to be in the game for long, because we have found that actually those type of companies are better served by the original founder or the family. If it's a family company, like in Europe or whatever. We have found that it's just so much better. So this is why, and if you want to provide value, there is a connotation of time baked into this equation. And so this is also where our dialect where the dialect is different. The words we use are very different. What we go after is very different. But it is known that in the long run, keyword, in the long run, we win. And this is also where we show it's easier to be a conscious capitalist when you're a B2C, business to consumer, direct to consumer, or business to consumer, where the consumer gets to definitely vote directly. So it's easier for Whole Foods.
Feedback loops.
Exactly. It's exactly. So it's easier for Whole Foods to win, for example, compared back in the days to a Walmart, because you get to see exactly what's happening, and you leave it to the market to communicate about what they're doing better than the other guys. It's thanks actually to companies like Whole Foods Market, who were way smaller than Walmart. Then actually Walmart became the biggest seller of organic cotton in the world. It's because once we started putting the emphasis on it and the consumer base started to realize, these issues, then they started to vote with their dollars. So it's easier for them to vote with their dollars when they have a direct, like you said, a direct feedback loop and they know what's going on. And so traditionally for B2C, companies and brands, it's been much easier than, let's say, if you're patronizing a bank. Right. Because you don't necessarily know what they're going with a bank, or even your pension fund plan. You don't know where and who they're investing in.
Clear information flows.
Exactly. So because of that, all the things you're talking about is true. But I would argue that, again, this is an opportunity. I don't see it as it's a challenge, but a challenge that calls for an opportunity. We need for B2B to be better communicators.
Okay, so it sounds like your philosophy is very much, certainly when it comes to Africa, but in general, get rid of a lot of regulations. Yes. Most regulations are dead weight. Mm-hmm. They're actually counterproductive. Mm-hmm. And coming back to this idea of startup cities, it sounds like these, so from my understanding of them, I'll explain and feel free to correct. A startup city would be an area that is built on a greenfield site. Mm-hmm. So it's not building within it's not taking an existing urban area and repurposing it. You're starting a brand new city from scratch, including its design, its physical infrastructure, but also its governance infrastructure. Presumably, it needs some starting rules and regulations. So what are examples of rules that a healthy startup city should have?
The best way to think of them is that these are next generation special economic zones with their own law, their own governance, especially when it comes to commercial law. And also that they have they also have a custom regulatory framework. The reason why we go for zones rather than for the whole country at once, because we're having some of these conversations with some nations that are like, if you're saying that our law are inferior, why are we keeping them? Let's just leapfrog to what you're going to do with us. And problem there is, it's one thing to put the law, to say the law is changing. First of all, when you say which laws have to change and all of that, what people have to understand, because that's what happened. When I talk about it, it's like, my God, so where do we start? We're doing business index ranking. Where do we start? These 10 indicators, and every indicator has sub-indicators. Where do we start? I say the problem is, it's complicated. Because what it is it's not about touching this law, touching that law. It's like you have to have a certain an amount of reforms happening together at the same time for it to all of a sudden make sense. It's almost like, in Italy right now, they're giving you these homes for the symbolic euro because all of these villages are emptying themselves. But I'm like, oh, sweet. But what if you come up, it's €1 to get it. But, you're going to need, I don't know how much money to renovate the damn place. That's fine. You might say, I have to renovate. Oh, but once you're done renovating it, the taxes on this home is going to be, I'm just making it up, 50%. And by the way you're going to have to renovate it, it's going to have to be back to standards of back in the days. Meaning you cannot just use whatever you want. You cannot just build it where you want. You have all of these things to happen. And so all of a sudden, that €1, but you're like, no, keep your thing.
Yeah.
So that's the same thing. If you come and you say, for example, the labor laws, for example, in the labor laws, and you say, okay, my God, we get it. That is so wrong that right now, in order for you to hire Liv, you basically have to sign a contract in three sets. And then you most importantly, you have to bring it physically because our government people don't open their emails. So you have to travel to them. And we're in the countryside. It's 2 hours, an hour and a half to 2 hours to get there to take this thing. And there's some government official who has probably never even gone to my village, has never built a business,
gets to decide.
Let alone work in one business. This person is going to get to decide if Liv and I can work together. He's going to be this is right now, because when I talk about these things, people think I'm talking about crazy stuff like laissez-faire. I'm like, no. I'm talking about things where a government official gets to decide if you and me can work together. And then they say, and go to your doctor. Liv has to go to her doctor and get a certificate to show that she's physically apt to do this job.
Oh my God.
A desk job? Really? No, but this is rent-seeking for the doctors. Right. These laws are there. If you try to take it off, guess who's going to be in the streets? Probably them, because you're taking away income from them. And so you can say, but then let's say we fix that. Let's say it's all fixed. But at the same time, the tax laws are still so complicated that, like it is today, It's truckloads worth of laws, which means it's complicated, which means complicated laws means you're going to make mistakes, honest mistakes. And in this case, honest mistakes tax-wise means you're going to be harassed by the government and or put in jail. So, okay, now all of a sudden you said, fine, you and Liv can enter freely into a contract. I don't have to oversee it. Same thing when you fire each other. I don't have to, because that's the same thing. I cannot fire you without the approval of the government.
And so why would you ever hire anybody if he's taking on all this burden? Yeah.
But let's say all of that is fixed. But still your tax code is so complicated, you're going to make mistakes, meaning you're going to be harassed by government or whatever. Meanwhile, the permits, the time it takes to take permits for construction or whatever, it takes forever. All of these things take forever. Do you think that even though it's now a good thing that I don't have to consult with the government to hire you or fire you, that's definitely lighter. But do you think it's still worth it for me to get into business? No. So you see how you have to have a minimum threshold of reforms to happen together at the same time for it to finally be
Sounds like you need to really just start again.
Thank you. You just said it. Start again. But you can't start again at a whole country level.
No.
Because for good or for bad, there are people there. They're doing what they're doing.
So there's the inertia, there's people's inbuilt status quo bias, even the people who are suffering.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They can't imagine a better world.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And especially in many cases, you find that you're going to have to go from civil law to common law. Like almost all Francophone African nations are going to have to migrate from civil law to common law because the French forced their colonies to retain civil law even after colonization. It was part of a deal.
Can you define very quickly the difference between common law and civil law?
So common law is the best way to think about it is everything is allowed until there is a problem. Until there is a problem, and then it's get brought up. Where civil law is nothing is allowed unless it is specifically allowed.
So one comes from an absence of rules and another one comes from an abundance of
exactly.
rules. Yeah.
Where here, the absence of rules, eventually some rules are going to start to build, but they're going to be better rules because they come out of reality. They come out of reality.
They're not some like idealized theoretical thing from people sitting in an ivory tower figuring it out.
Exactly. Figuring it out and totally missing the mark. So that's why in so many ways you can understand why, common law is so much better for business than civil law is. Civil law, basically, you have the right to do nothing unless it was specifically told you were told that you can. So how can you innovate within that, right? Where the other one, innovate all you can, and then when there is a problem, we'll educate. So the problem is, my country is going to have at some point to migrate from civil law to common law, Senegal, with many others like that. And so because we do know that definitely because remember, the goal here is to provide best in class business environment. It's the goal. To nations that don't have it, that's why they are where they are. You can't do it at the nation level because of what we talked about. All the forces against you, including the people themselves who are like, why do I have to change every way from one day to another? And most importantly, especially if you're having to switch from common to civil, from civil to common, everything else has to follow. The judges have to follow. The judges have to be trained. The judges have to be brought up to speed in how to educate, the cases, because it's radically different from the other way. The lawyers, your whole legal system, your whole judicial system, everything has to follow. It's not just I made the change at the legal level that everything follows. It's going to take time. People have to be trained. They have to understand what's going on, all of that stuff. So you can understand that for all of these reasons, trying to do something like this at the national level, it's almost calling for its own disaster.
So that's why you want to start in a very small...
You start zone by zone.
Yep.
So then what you're saying is, you're saying, okay, in this country, we know why things are the way they are. And we also know that a world-class business environment, and by the way, that's the other word, world-class. Because oftentimes people are like, oh, well, these SEZs, special economic zones you're talking about, has been tried many times in Africa, it never worked. It never worked. Why? Because for it to work, you have to remember that you belong to a global world. And many African SEZs are still running on an 80s software. 80s software in 2024, the people are going to go where there's 2024 software.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So you upgrade your damn software, or people are going to leave you behind. And that's exactly what's been happening to us. So basically, that's why I say next generation special economic zones, because people might be confused otherwise. So you say we're going to do it in zone by zone to start with, and ideally greenfield, because it means there's nobody there, there's no one there, you're not taking away from anybody or anything. And there you say, here this is going to be our chance to do it right. we have a clean canvas to start from, and let's do it right. So what these startup cities are is there on this particular piece of land where the rest of the land is running on the worst software possible when it comes to business environment. Here, we're gonna proceed to give them the best in class business environment.
And how is this funded? Privately funded?
Yes, because again, markets remain the best. And that's another thing about SEZs as well, special economic zones. It is known that the ones that are more or less, that the more private they are and the better they perform. And it makes sense because you're subjected to the forces of a market. It's not like some government that has no accountability, just doing whatever sounds right in theory and paper, doing it in reality, whatever. So that's the other thing. So these things happen privately, but they happen with the government. Right? So you have to, for this to happen, you can't just come to a country and be like, oh, I bought this piece of land, so I'm going to do whatever I want. You can't. It doesn't work like that. You identify a piece of land. Sometimes the government will be willing to give it to you because many countries like mine, a lot of the land belongs to the government. So they can decide to be like, okay, we're going to do it on this land with you. If you identify this is the best place to do it and it works for us as well, then let's do it here. Or in some of the places, you can buy a piece of land somewhere, but you still need to negotiate with the government in order, because we're talking about laws here, right?
Right.
And so here, I'll give you the example. So in this case, for me, my favorite example is Prospera out of Honduras in Roatan, the island of Roatan. And full disclosure, I think Prospera is doing such a great job, but I'm actually joining them, and I'm the co-founder of Prospera Africa. I'm very excited about all of this. But so what in this case, they bought the piece of land, and it was more or less like a big resort. It was a big resort that it started off from. And eventually, but with that, way before Prospera happened, way back in the days, we're talking about maybe 10, 15 years ago, someone by the name of Octavio Sanchez, he was the right hand of a then president of Honduras, Harvard lawyer trained, who understood exactly what we understood. Spent a lot of time visiting the SEZs in China, special economic zones in China, spent a lot of time in Dubai, visited a lot of places with his cabinet to kind of have a better understanding, went to Singapore, all of that, try to really understand what's going on. Because by the way, everything we're talking about is what Singapore has done, Hong Kong has done, even China has done through its SEZs. So there's no rocket science here. It's just the fact that people don't think about it for Africa just boggles my mind. Anyway, so Octavio Sanchez, along with some other people, but he really is one of my key figures for this. Obviously, people like my husband worked on these projects and everything, but all of this came from someone like Octavio Sanchez saying, there's a pattern here. There's a pattern. How can we do something similar? And so that's how the ZEDEs were decided. ZEDEs, I should know the Spanish name, but it's pretty much a special economic zone for development economy, but in Spanish. And so the government of Honduras worked with people like my husband and others to actually establish the ZEDE law, the law for these zones. And what they did, I think, it's just mind-boggling. Because so they establish the laws where basically you allow for a way for these zones to start fresh when it comes to commercial law. See, that's the other thing. You're not touching anything that touches the sovereignty of a nation. You're not touching family law. You're not touching criminal law. You're not touching immigration law. You're not touching any of those things. It's really about the business environment, the rules of the games that rule the life of a business. And so that's so they established the premises for that to be done. And then that's what they call the ZEDE law. And then from there, anybody who wants, basically it was said, anybody who wants, who find the right type of land in Honduras can apply for a ZEDE with the government. You apply, you get it, you can go do what you need to do. There, what it allows you to do is to come up with a set of laws that you would think is the best for business and for the business environment.
But it still has to adhere, presumably, to a certain subset of government laws, because it's not like a complete Wild West.
Very good question. No, it's not Wild West. And this is another thing that many people don't understand. That's why when I hear some people be like, oh, this is wet dream for libertarians, I'm like, you just don't get it, do you? What it is for this to work, again, remember, we're after the best business environment in the world. And having the best business environment in the world doesn't mean you get rid of all regulations and all laws.
Right.
All is gone.
You
It
can
doesn't
just dump.
mean that.
You can dump litter into the ocean or whatever.
No, that would be the stupidest thing to do, by the way.
Because it's going to make everyone hate you.
Not only everyone hate you, but if you're again thinking about the laws of a market, what you're thinking about is, you see, investment and capital likes nothing less than uncertainty. It doesn't like it. It doesn't like what it doesn't know. So you going Wild West, it doesn't know that either. Because it's thinking, if a dispute happens, what's going to happen to me? Investment doesn't want that. Capital doesn't want that. Talent doesn't want that.
It's incentivized to make it nice and...
Yes, you're naturally incentivized to be predictable. So you have to do two things. You have to be predictable and you have to be efficient. Predictable, why? Because capital and talent doesn't like, especially capital does not like uncertainty. It does not like, if something happens, who are these judges? How do they judge? What's the precedent? All of that stuff. Because the precedent gives you a lot of information. And it has to be super efficient. So what it is that then what happens is that in the case of Prospera, but really anybody who wants to do this, what you have to do is you have to now start looking around the world at about every single thing. It's almost every single law, you have to start looking about where are the best practices. And so this is why Prospera really at its best is it's a governance platform, literally, that offers the best in choice for law. So, for example, if you are a health company, like you're in the biotech or like you're in the medical device or like some type of health-related company, what Prospera has designed is a system where you have a choice of law where you can say, based on the company that I'm operating, you get to choose which OECD law do you want to follow, which one. So you could say, I am going to follow US law. I'm going to follow Japan law. I'm going to follow, some EU, country law, or I decide to choose the Honduran one.
Right.
You see how it attracts
optionality. Totally.
It attracts all of them because now they're like, oh, you mean I can run my biotech company just like if I was in America, which by the way, in this case, I decided was the best for this type of, for my field. You mean
it's the dream.
Straight from Roytan, I can run a company like that? Or, screw the one from America. The one we know that for this type of
Mexico
drugs,
is better,
or for this type of drugs, we know that the FDA is causing all types of problems. But we know that Germany is saying you can this is approved. So then you're going to say I'm going to follow German. So Honduras on their own on the Doing Business Index ranking, I think that 140 or 142, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, out of 195 or whatever the number of countries are.
Yeah,
okay,
that's bad.
That's no good.
That's bad, right?
Yeah.
Do you know the Prospera zone? What ranking?
No, but I'm going to guess it's like
9.
Oh, wow.
9.
Okay, I wasn't expecting
Top 10 as measured by Ernst & Young. It's amazing. It's amazing. So that's what the startup cities at their best are. And so that's what you're doing. And that's really pretty much, for me, that's the promise of the bright future for Africa. It's like we get these cities, and the beauty here to live is Africa is the poorest region in the world, but we get one of these going. It's over. It's game over.
No, I see that because it's like planting a seed. And again, it shows if it actually is prosperous, then people are going to want to emulate that.
Yes.
So how can the people watching, win winners who are a fan of this podcast, there's a lot of people with a lot of energy for this kind of idea, this kind of project. What would you advise for them? How can they get involved?
First of all, especially for when it comes to Africa, because that's really what I'm going to speak of mostly. Because I'm the head of global affairs for Prospera Global, and also co-founder for Prospera Africa. So, but when it comes to Africa, I would suggest to people to start. Even if it sounds self-serving, I wrote this book because I wanted people to understand. So the Heart of a Cheetah is a good place to start with, so you have a better understanding of the lay of the land, what's going on, what happened, and most importantly, how do we get out of this, and the role of a startup cities.
And I can attest, it's a really fun book.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I would say start there, and then also join us. Right now, there are 2 things I'm doing. One is just this year, we're creating what we call the African Development Fund for the startup cities in Africa. What this is, it's the fund, it's what we call the exploration fund. So this is a fund that's going to allow for more of these explorations to happen, because I have few more countries in the roster that are interested, and it's a matter of, talking to them. Because what you have is, at the bigger level, they're understanding more now the startup cities / charter cities, what it is. And again, good work has been done by everybody in the ecosystem, including people, obviously the Charter Cities Institute people like Nicholas Anzinger, who has a venture capital firm specifically devoted to investing in companies that are in prosperous zones. Everybody that's interested in that should reach out to me, because this is our exploration fund. Like I said, we have a few more countries in the roster that are interested in all of this. And beyond that, obviously, there's going to be investment opportunities in these cities. And again, like I said, remember, everybody, Africa is the youngest population in the world, 19 years old. And by 2050, 1/4 of every person walking this earth will be African. So as Noah Smith said it, futurism is Afrofuturism. And the sooner you get on, the better it is. And for me, it's also another way to reconcile the world. It's sort of another way to heal us, to heal each other.
Heal the history.
To heal the history. And do it in a way where it's not about guilt from here or guilt from there, or your ancestors did it. No. You, me, we have no say in what our ancestors have done. You're from England, I'm from Senegal. We have no say in what our ancestors have done. Some of my ancestors, Africans, were selling other Africans. Your ancestors were buying them, and all of that was happening. Okay, so everywhere you look, there is pinks. You can point. You and I have nothing to do with that. There's nothing absolutely we can do about that. And surely the future and the present and the future does not need you and me sitting here and having a misery, lamenting about that. But what today needs and what the future needs is for you and me to hold hands and look forward and work together to change the future. And that, you ask me, we have everything live right now to do that. Everything. It's George Ayite who said the cheetahs, the future of Africa, and I would like to argue the future of the world lies on the back of cheetahs. Cheetahs versus hippos. The hippos are these people who are part of a system. They're glued, like the hippo is like in the water in the river and is like so stuck over there.
Aggressive.
They're aggressive and they're crazy, right?
Scary.
Yeah. And they're like, don't eat my food.
They kill more people, I think, than pretty much it was.
They're the worst.
Mosquitoes.
No, they're the worst.
Of the large animals, they're the most dangerous.
They're the most dangerous. So those hippos are over there. They're kind of stuck in their ways and all of that stuff. Cheetahs. Have you seen how cheetahs run? How they hunt? Cheetahs are the fastest land animals. And
they work together.
They work together. A cheetah coalition is a beautiful thing to watch. It's so coordinated. 80% of their action is in preparation and 20% is the run, and then they go. It's crazy. I just love cheetahs.
They're very efficient.
Oh, very efficient. So that's who we are. That's us. The cheetahs are the people who said, we are not going to wait for anyone or anything, especially not government, to get it right. So this is what we all are. You're a cheetah, I'm a cheetah, everybody's a cheetah. And we got to find each other. And the good news is only take 1 to 5% of a population to change the world, for good or for bad. That's the promise of it too. So let's find each other and let's join hands. A lot of the groundwork has been done. Poverty truly can be solved in our lifetime, because anytime this has been done, it takes less and less time to see the result. When the first, the ancestors of the startup cities were happening, it was taking 35 years maybe for people to see the difference. Dubai, which went last, was done in 20 years, I believe. We're talking less than a generation. By the time we do the African cities ones, maybe 12 to 15 years, we can see the difference. So when I hear people saying, how do we solve poverty? This is how you solve poverty. But we're going to have to be radical about this. And if the philanthropy world is not getting it because they're designed in a way that they can't address systems, then it's going to be up to the rest of us to design something that can address systems. And this is something that for the longest time folks thought we could not do anything about. But now we're proving them you can do something about it. So, but our world is not designed to support systems. And as you can hear in everything I explained, there is nothing like colonial about anything I described, because the fact that companies have access to better jurisdictions, multinationals, it's known. Multinationals can pick and choose which ones they're going to be ruled by. Now let's bring it down all the way to the littlest person in the community. And so this is pretty much what's there. And I think I know no better, more beautiful way than to finally all of us come together, finally kick poverty down to the curb, because we've got bigger job to do than trying just to sustain people. You know, we have cancer to solve. We have, more rockets to send into the earth. We have more other diseases to solve. Every one of these Africans is one brain that's going to waste, as it is right now. It is the most stupid thing that we're doing to ourselves collectively to leave anyone behind, leaving such unproductive lives due to poverty.
There was a really interesting statistic about actually the most unemployed people certainly in some of the Western African nations are the most educated.
The more educated you are, and the more likely you are to not have a job.
That's nuts.
Think about the waste of this.
Yeah.
Think about this.
So all this intellectual capital, these brilliant young minds, and they're just sitting there doing nothing, and they're so frustrated, which then creates conflict. And,
Yes. So this is why, for me, that's where this whole promise is. I mean, we have such a beautiful world ahead of us, right? I personally, there's no other time I would prefer to be alive. Okay. As a Black woman evolving in the world, this is the best time to be alive. And I can almost say for sure that I believe it's the same for you, because even if back then maybe you would have been queen or who knows what else, still you would have had to maybe die in childbirth for reasons that don't have to be, or who knows what else. Today it's not the case. So by all metrics, we are living our best lives. Let no one tell you otherwise. And we can make it even better by bringing out everybody else with, out of poverty into prosperity. And from there, we all kind of tackle bigger issues. So for me, this is what we should be focused on. Let's all the division go by the sideways. Even this stuff, I see people saying, oh, there is a war there's a civilizational war going on. I know it's very popular to think these things right now, but for me, it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Do we have people like the Muslim Brotherhoods who are involved in a civilization war? Yeah. Do we have on the other end of that, on the other extremes end of that, people, in the Western world involved in civilization war because they think the Judeo-Christian background is the best or whatever, for right or for wrong, whatever? Probably. But I like to argue that those are two small factions fighting these weird things, but in between you just have people like you and me bumbling along, trying to make it as we're going along. That's it. And all we want is for our families to be safe, for our children to be taken care of, and for us to be not being thrown by the sideline when we fall sick or we fall ill or we fall handicapped or whatever. We just want to live. We just want to be. And so for people who are allowing themselves to be distracted by bogus, stuff, they sit there and they say there's a civilizational, or when you're being a politician, they think there's a civilizational war, when I'm like, no, all I see is people who are clearly telling you they don't have enough, whether it's the immigrants that are coming,
or the existing
or the people who are here and are telling you, like the yellow vest, we cannot make ends meet. And you're talking to me about climate change. That's what started the yellow vest. And so these two people have the same problem, which is called poverty. And they have the same solutions as well. But instead of addressing that, we address the consequences. And of course, we go for the easiest culprit, which is in this case, skin color is the quickest things to see. And then beyond that, religion as well.
Right.
So we go for the easy markers to start to differentiate ourselves and say, this is a reason, like the things that differentiate us. When we need to go back and remember the poverty here and the lack.
So the key is to unlock abundance, get rid of scarcity, and
we'll find our way back to each other. We will find our way back to each other.
So there we go, folks. Thank you so much for listening, and of course to Magatte for this conversation. Do check out her book that's out now, Heart of a Cheetah. Super, super cool. I've also linked below some of the resources that we discussed, including some of her research papers that I'd also really recommend you read. And of course, please like, share, subscribe. You know the drill. Either way, I will see you in a couple of weeks.
For generations, the Sabadola mine stood as Senegal's proud legacy, a testament to resilience, sweat, and dreams. Its golden veins ran deep, echoing the hopes of countless families. However, in February 2021, the Senegalese government, under former President Macky Sall, sold the Sabadola mine to Endeavour Mining as part of the acquisition of Teranga Gold. As a result, Endeavour now holds a 90% stake in the Sabadola mine, while the remaining 10% ownership belongs to the government of Senegal. As we navigate the complexities of our nation's future, your voice matters. Senegal English Media Group is committed to fostering dialogue, promoting transparency, and amplifying diverse perspectives. Here's how you can get involved. Like and share our content on social media platforms. Show your support for independent journalism that seeks truth and accountability. Follow us to stay updated on the latest news, analyses, and thought-provoking articles. Subscribe to our newsletters and channels. Be the first to receive breaking news and in-depth features. Leave a comment. After reading an article or watching a video, share your insights. What do you think Senegal should prioritize? How can we build a stronger, more inclusive nation? The Sabadola Massawa mine, located 630 km east-southeast of Senegal's capital, Dakar, stands as the largest gold mine in the country. Operating for over a decade, it extracts gold from several open-pit operations situated on the highly prospective Birimian Greenstone Belt. By selling the mine, Senegal committed treason against its people and future generations. This act of relinquishing natural resources that rightfully belong to the nation echoes through time, a betrayal etched into the very fabric of our collective heritage. Meanwhile, the expertise of the diaspora, honed in distant lands, yearns to contribute. Unfortunately, the mine slipping away may hinder their ability to bridge the gap between promise and reality. Their acquisition was swift, a financial chess game played behind closed doors. The ink on the contracts barely dry. They stepped into the mine's cavernous depths, their footsteps echoing where miners once sang songs of hope. The Sabadola Massawa mine represents a tremendous asset with the potential to improve further. Endeavour Mining has identified over 15 potential exploration targets within 30 kilometers of the Sabadola plant. Their goal is to discover between 2.3 and 2.7 million ounces of indicated resources over the next 5 years. However, with Endeavour Mining now owning a 90% stake, Senegal's control over the mine has diminished. The government's ability to shape mining policies and ensure optimal benefits for its citizens may be limited. Poverty in the heart of a gold mine. The decision to sell the Sabadola mine was the most heart-wrenching action the government of Senegal has ever taken. This national resource, protected by law, has been wrested away from generations of Senegalese to come. The profits from the mine now flow abroad, leaving Senegal's shores and its people in the depths of poverty. The mine's revenues, which could have contributed to the country's development, are now benefiting foreign entities. In the heart of Senegal, where the sun kisses the earth with warmth, lies the Sabadola mine, a paradoxical symbol of both hope and despair. Here, generations of Senegalese have toiled, their sweat and dreams seeping into the very soil they tread upon. The decision to sell the mine was a seismic shift, a rupture in the fabric of their lives. The government, perhaps blinded by short-term gains, overlooked the long-term consequences. They traded gold for foreign currency, but in doing so, they unwittingly sold the village's future. The mine, once a beacon of promise, now stands as a monument to heartache. Families who once tilled the land, nurturing crops that sustained them, were uprooted. Their ancestral connections severed, they became wanderers in their own homeland. The earth, once yielding sustenance, now yields only fragments of gold, just enough to keep hunger at bay. The profits flow like a river, but it's a river that meanders far from Senegal's shores. Foreign entities reap the bounty, while the villagers watch from the sidelines. The glittering metal, once a source of pride, now mocks them. It's as if the gold itself conspires against them, slipping through their fingers like sand. Desperation drives the villagers. They dig into the earth, their hands raw and calloused. Each clump of soil holds the promise of survival. They sift through the debris, hoping for a glimmer, a tiny shard of gold. Mortar and pestle become tools of necessity, grinding rocks into submission. The sand separates from the precious metal, and they collect these fragments like breadcrumbs. Their meager earnings buy sustenance, not prosperity. Food becomes a currency, the only currency that matters. They barter with hunger, trade with desperation. The gold they extract is no longer a symbol of wealth. It's a lifeline. It's the difference between survival and surrender. The mine's revenues, diverted elsewhere, echo through Senegal's history. The villagers, displaced and dispossessed, carry the weight of this injustice. Their ancestors, who once danced on this land, now weep silently. The gold that once adorned their necks now graces foreign vaults. Government's role. The new government, while not responsible for the initial sale of the Sabadola mine, now bears the responsibility to rectify these actions. They must navigate the delicate balance between honoring past commitments and forging a new path of integrity and openness. Recommendations. To navigate these troubled waters, the following steps are recommended. Contract renegotiation. Revisit revenue-sharing agreements with mining companies. Ensure that a significant portion of profits remains within Senegal. Diaspora engagement. Harnessing expertise. Senegalese abroad possess valuable expertise. Create specialized sections within government departments, staffed by diaspora members who excel in various fields. These experts can advise, innovate, and contribute directly to decision-making. Establish channels for collaboration between the diaspora and local officials. Whether through virtual platforms or periodic meetings, encourage dialogue and knowledge sharing. The diaspora's insights can enrich policies and projects. Community engagement and empowerment. Establish a transparent dialogue with affected communities. Involve them in decision-making processes related to mining activities. Create community development programs that empower locals through education, vocational training, and capacity-building initiatives. Invest in infrastructure and social services in affected areas. Sustainable mining practices. Encourage responsible mining practices that prioritize environmental conservation and minimize negative impacts. Implement strict regulations for waste management, water usage, and land reclamation. Promote the use of modern technology to reduce environmental harm. Land rights and compensation. Protect the land rights of affected villagers. Compensate them fairly for displacement and loss of livelihood. Explore alternative livelihood options for those displaced by mining activities. Local economic diversification. Invest in diversifying the local economy beyond mining. Promote agriculture, tourism, and other sustainable industries. Provide training and resources to help villagers transition to new livelihoods. Environmental monitoring and enforcement. Strengthen regulatory bodies responsible for monitoring mining operations. Regularly assess environmental impact and enforce compliance with environmental standards. Corporate social responsibility, CSR. Hold mining companies accountable for their CSR commitments. Ensure they contribute to community development. Encourage partnerships between mining companies, NGOs, and local organizations. Long-term vision. Develop a comprehensive long-term plan for the region. Consider the post-mining phase and how to sustain communities beyond the mine's lifespan. Invest in education, healthcare, and infrastructure to improve overall well-being. In essence, while the sale of the Sabadola mine can attract capital and potentially stimulate economic development, it is crucial to acknowledge that the profit flowing abroad holds far-reaching implications. The Sabadola mine isn't merely a financial asset. It is part of our collective heritage, a legacy entrusted to us by past generations and meant for those yet unborn. As a natural resource, it belongs to the people of Senegal and to future generations. The profit flowing abroad isn't solely financial. It is a betrayal of our collective heritage, a theft from the hands of generations yet unborn. To safeguard the interests of local communities and protect these natural resources, we must craft policies. Otherwise, the long-term consequences could destabilize society, leading to heightened poverty and social discord in our nation. No government, no president should have the right or the authority to sell our shared inheritance. The call to action is clear. We, the people, and our government must unite to forge a future that respects the laws of the land and the aspirations of its citizens. It is imperative to preserve Senegal's wealth for generations to come. What are your thoughts? Share them in the comments below. And don't forget to give this video a thumbs up, share it, and subscribe for more exciting content from Senegal English Media Group, Senegal's first and only English media outlet. In Senegal, a legal paradox is unfolding along the picturesque coastline. Despite laws that designate the land around the sea as public domain, a construction boom is transforming these once communal spaces into private properties. The result is a troubling trend where the Senegalese people are finding their access to the sea increasingly restricted by towering developments and exclusive resorts. As we navigate the complexities of our nation's future, your voice matters. Senegal English Media Group is committed to fostering dialogue, promoting transparency, and amplifying diverse perspectives. Here's how you can get involved. Like, follow, share, and subscribe. Like and share our content on social media platforms. Show your support for independent journalism that seeks truth and accountability. Follow us to stay updated on the latest news, analyses, and thought-provoking articles. Subscribe to our newsletters and channels. Be the first to receive breaking news and in-depth features. Leave a comment. After reading an article or watching a video, share your insights. What do you think Senegal should prioritize? How can we build a stronger, more inclusive nation? The Broken Promise, Samba's heartfelt story. Samba, a young man from Medina, embodies the heartache of this transformation. For him, Soumbédioune was not just a beach, it was a sanctuary of freedom and joy. It was here that he and his friends spent countless hours basking in the sun and diving into the welcoming embrace of the ocean. In the narrow alleys of Medina, the sea was our escape. Soumbédioune's golden sands were the canvas of our youth, where every footprint told a story. But now, as I gaze out where the horizon once kissed the sea, I see only the cold silhouettes of buildings. The laughter has faded, and the sea, a friend to all, has become a privilege for the few. The youth, once the lifeblood of the beaches, are now adrift, their cultural and environmental heritage slipping away like sand through fingers. The economic impact. The privatization of coastal lands in Senegal, particularly when sold to wealthier entities, can have significant implications for the country's economy and its citizens. Here's an expanded view of the potential consequences. Inflation. The entry of substantial investment and upscale development can elevate property values and the cost of living. This may lead to inflation as prices for goods and services rise to cater to the demands of more affluent residents. The local population might find themselves unable to afford the escalating costs. Poverty. With the cost of living on the rise, individuals with fixed or low incomes may see their purchasing power diminish, potentially worsening poverty levels. This is especially true if the local job market fails to offer adequate employment opportunities at wages that keep up with inflation. Displacement of local communities can also result, leading to a loss of traditional income sources for those reliant on the sea and land. Economic disparity. The sale of land to wealthier entities can result in a bifurcated economy, where the benefits of development are not shared equally. The local economy may pivot to serve the needs of the wealthy, often overlooking the needs of the majority who may not benefit from such development. This can increase the gap between the affluent and the poor, leading to social tensions and potential unrest. Impact of the privatization of land on developing countries like Senegal. The repercussions can be more drastic for Senegal. Inadequate regulatory frameworks and enforcement can lead to exploitation and environmental harm. The economic benefits promised may not reach the local population, and instead, the profits are often sent abroad, contributing little to the local economy. Government's role, the PASTEF party, despite not being responsible for the initial sale of public lands, now shoulders the responsibility to rectify these actions. They must navigate the delicate balance between honoring past commitments and forging a new path of integrity and openness. Government response, charting a new course. The Senegalese government, under new leadership, has acknowledged the public's concerns. They recognize the need to reassess the land sales and explore ways to restore public access to the coastline. As a preliminary step, they have suspended all operations in public maritime zones and are conducting a thorough investigation. The task at hand is complex, involving legal, environmental, and social considerations. The challenge is to reconcile the need for economic development with the imperative to preserve public spaces and uphold the law. The role of the National Assembly. The National Assembly, as the voice of the people, must ensure that any actions taken by the government are transparent, lawful, and in the public interest. They must scrutinize past transactions and advocate for policies that protect the rights of all Senegalese. To navigate these troubled waters, the following steps are recommended. Preservation of public lands. The government must enforce the laws that protect the public domain, ensuring that the remaining coastal lands are shielded from unauthorized sales. Reclaiming coastal lands. Senegal should take a close look at past sales of beachfront property. If any deals broke the rules about public land, the government might need to undo those sales. In practice, this could mean reviewing past sales, checking all the paperwork and details of land that's been sold to make sure everything was done right. Legal action. If they find out that laws were broken, they might have to go to court to get the land back. Protecting public lands. Making new rules to stop this kind of thing from happening again. Senegal is already facing challenges with coastal erosion and land loss, so it's crucial for the government to act not only to reclaim lands, but also to protect and manage their coastlines sustainably. This includes fighting erosion, restoring beaches, and reforesting coastal areas. These actions will help preserve the environment and support local communities that depend on these lands. Transparency in governance. The PASTEF party must live up to its promise of transparency, particularly in the appointment of qualified individuals to key positions. Community-centric development. Prioritize development projects that benefit the community, including public parks and beaches. Engagement and dialogue. Foster a culture of dialogue and participation, allowing citizens to have a say in the decisions that affect their access to natural resources. In essence, while the privatization of land can attract capital and potentially stimulate economic development, it is essential to manage such investments in a manner that benefits the local population and does not exacerbate existing economic and social inequalities. Policies must be crafted to safeguard the interests of local communities and to ensure that the economic gains are distributed fairly. Otherwise, the long-term consequences could destabilize society, leading to heightened poverty and social discord. The call to action is clear. We the people and our government must unite to forge a future that respects the laws of the land and the aspirations of its citizens. It is imperative to preserve the natural resources that belong to all, ensuring that the beauty of Senegal's coastline remains a source of joy and pride for generations to come. Let this be a moment where hope is rekindled and a commitment to accountable governance is renewed. What are your thoughts? Share them in the comments below. And don't forget to give this video a thumbs up, share it, and subscribe for more exciting content from Senegal English Media Group, Senegal's first and only English media outlet.
lost through corruption.
That money should be going to the people of Senegal. The country's natural resources should be going into the state budget to help ordinary people. What's happening is that the nation is being robbed. Countries like Senegal, with huge natural resources, should be profiting directly from those natural resources.
I'm investigating a deal that has cost the Senegalese people billions of dollars. It involves a businessman who was based in London, as well as one of Britain's biggest companies. In 2011, Senegal was handing out 2 exploration concessions for oil and gas. The blocks covered 6,700 square miles off the coast. A major oil company wanted to drill, but at the last minute, the blocks were given to an unknown company instead, Petrotim. It had no track record in offshore drilling.
La société Petrotim, la société qui a finalement été retenue, n'aurait pas dû bénéficier de ces permis en attribution pour les raisons suivantes. C'est une société qui n'avait aucune expérience dans le domaine. Petrotim n'avait aucun passé connu, prouvé, pouvant justifier une expérience dans le domaine de la recherche pétrolière et de l'exploitation pétrolière.
I want to find out more about the mystery company that was given the exploration rights, so I'm looking for its head office.
Je cherche une société appelée Petrotim. Ils ont déménagé. Ils ont déménagé. So they've left the building. They're no longer there.
It looks like there were apartments here. Do you know if there were offices as well?
No, it says there's only blocks of flats here. No offices.
The 2 offshore concessions were given to a company run from an apartment block. And that's not the only unusual thing about the deal.
This is an agreement between the Senegalese government and Petrotim. It's dated the 8th of December 2011, which is a bit odd because Petrotim wasn't actually set up as a company until 6 weeks later.
Petrotim was set up by this man, Frank Timis, a Romanian businessman with 2 convictions for supplying heroin in the 90s. Frank Timis companies have faced many accusations, from bribing politicians to shooting miners.
This is Frank Timis, the president of Sierra Leone and the president of Burkina Faso.
In 2012, Senegal elected a new president. Macky Sall promised to fight corruption.
Nous mettrons un terme à la gabegie, à la corruption et ériger un système de gouvernance.
He quickly ordered an investigation into Frank Timis's deal. It concluded that Petrotim should lose the concessions. But the new president allowed Frank Timis to keep the 2 blocks anyway. It led to demonstrations in Senegal about the Timis deal. Protesters claimed that the president's family was cashing in through a company called the Timis Corporation.
Il y a une société nébuleuse, obscure, qui s'appelle Timis Corporation, qui a 30% de nos gaz que personne ne connaît. Nous leur demandons de nous dire quels sont les actionnaires de Timis Corporation. Qu'est-ce que ces gens-là ont fait pour mériter 30% de notre gaz?
The protests were directed at the president's brother, Aliou Sall. He had no experience in the energy industry, but Frank Timis gave him a top job.
Why do you think that Frank Timis wanted to employ Aliou Sall?
Mais tout simplement parce qu'il était le frère du président Macky Sall. Mais c'est gravissime, parce qu'il y a manifestement conflit d'intérêts. C'est le président de la République qui signe le décret qui permet au contrat d'entrer en vigueur, et son frère travaille dans le groupe qui bénéficient de ce contrat. Bon, c'est gravissime.
Our documents revealed the details of Aliou Sal's contract for the first time. Even though he has no previous experience, Aliou Sal is offered the job of Petrotim's country manager in Senegal. But the contract makes it clear there's a condition. Aliou Sal will only get the job if his brother, the president, allows Frank Timis to keep the valuable concessions. The contract shows the president's brother was paid $25,000 a month for 5 years. That's $1.5 million. Aliou Sal was also promised shares worth $3 million in Frank Timis companies. We've obtained a contract between Aliou Sal and Frank Timis. And you can see his monthly salary at the bottom of the contract. Politicians in Senegal haven't seen this document before.
I think it's very clear here that Aliou Sal was involved to convince his brother to sign the decrees and give the blocks to Petrotim. And Petrotim has no technical and financial capacity to get those blocks. That's very clear.
Aliou Sal denies corruption. His lawyers say his payments were in line with other similar roles in the industry. He never received the shares and was engaged for his expertise, and not because he happened to be the brother of President Sal. They also say he never attended any meeting with President Sal about the deal. But we found a document that suggests that's not true. It says Aliou Sal met with his brother to inform him about the application. In 2014, an American energy company stepped in.
At Cosmos Energy, we're pathfinders who use a proven industry-leading approach to find oil and gas in frontier and underexplored areas.
Cosmos Energy agreed to finance the exploration. It also lent Timis Corporation cash so Frank Timis could pay a share of the development costs. Cosmos Energy says it conducted extensive and appropriate due diligence, and that this included multiple interviews with relevant individuals. The drilling by Cosmos eventually proved successful. A major gas field was discovered 75 miles off the coast of Senegal.
It's a huge deal. People in the city are very aware that the oil and gas blocks off Senegal and Mauritania are some of the most important in the world. Just one of the wells contains something like 16 trillion cubic feet of gas. This is something that major oil and gas companies really want.
To extract the gas, Cosmos joined forces with one of the world's biggest companies. You might have heard of them.
We are a global energy business with enormous reach across the world's energy system.
BP says it operates to the highest ethical standards, but it was willing to do a deal with Frank Timis. In 2017, BP agreed to buy him out. Timis Corporation's remaining stake in these concessions for $250 million. But that's just the start. The real cash comes from the royalties. We've obtained details of the royalties agreement. It's described as the most generous in the industry. Over the next 40 years, BP will pay Timis Corporation between $9 and $12 billion. These figures have never been made public before. This is some of how much he could earn.
Then he will get 9 billion?
Mm-hmm. He could make, yeah. What do you think about this?
But is it true?
Yes, this is true.
I'm shocked. I'm deeply disappointed that our leaders can accept such deals. $9 billion? Are you sure? There is no reason that such money to be given to Frank Timis. This is unacceptable, properly unacceptable. I mean, it's revolting. I mean, yes.
BP doesn't even know where all of this cash will end up. The billions of dollars are going to Timis Corporation. Frank Timis owns most of the company, so he stands to get most of the cash. But Timis Corporation has some minority owners too. They're hidden behind secretive offshore companies, and BP has no idea who they are. BP says its investment will bring substantial benefits to Senegal, and that it conducted extensive and appropriate due diligence in areas including ethics compliance and anti-corruption. BP rejects any implication that it acted improperly. But our documents show that BP knew about the suspicious payments to the president's brother, and it went ahead with the deal anyway. BP Chief Executive Bob Dudley won't answer our questions. We want to know why BP agreed to do business with Frank Timis. So I caught up with him as he arrived at work.
Mr. Dudley, I work for BBC and we want to know why BP is paying Frank Timis $10 billion. You knew that he was paying the president of Senegal's brother, so why go ahead with the deal, sir? So is Frank Timis someone that BP should be doing business with? Mr. Dudley, why won't you answer our questions? Anything to say about this deal, Mr. Dudley? BP says it's committed to transparency about its oil and gas payments, but the company still won't answer our questions about a deal that involved the Senegal's president's brother.
Frank Timis says the gas deal will give Senegal many billions of dollars per annum. He says he invested high-risk pioneer capital and used his expertise to attract major oil and gas players. He strenuously denies corruption. But we've discovered a payment that looks like a bribe. This is an email sent to Frank Timis's offshore trust. It says tax is due to the Senegalese government and that Frank Timis would like $250,000 to cover it. But our documents show the cash doesn't go to the government. It goes to a private company. And we've discovered that company is owned by Aliou Sall. Another $250,000 has been secretly paid to the president's brother.
Okay, we have a company that seems to belong unmistakably to Monsieur Aliou Sall. He seems to be the recipient of the transfer, the $250,000, which is odd because it's described as a tax. And he is, as far as I know, a private citizen, although his brother is now the president of Senegal. It looks like a bribe.
Frank Timis's lawyers deny he paid a bribe. They say no money was ever transferred from Timis Corporation to Agritrans Sall, and that we've seen an incorrect ledger entry which was later corrected. But the ledger we've seen is from 2017, 3 years after the $250,000 payment, and it hasn't been corrected. We've also seen company accounts that show the suspicious payment was made to Aliou Sall's company. There's no doubt he's been involved in some highly suspicious payments. So isn't it time that Frank Timis and the BP gas deal were investigated?
I do think that there are sufficient questions aroused by the documents that I've seen to require an investigation.
The UK needs to make sure that it's policing the financial sector properly. We can't become complicit in the looting of the poorest countries on earth.
Our evidence suggests the people of Senegal have been cheated out of billions of dollars.
There's no way we can accept this kind of deal here in Senegal. That money belongs to us.
It's Frank Timis who's getting that money. And it's BP who has helped him to cash in.
They've handpicked their own party members. They've handpicked their own party members. Senegal's citizens, who had hoped for change, now face disappointment and frustration. The PASTEF party's electoral victory in 2024 was met with hope and anticipation. Senegalese citizens, both at home and abroad, believed that change was on the horizon. The party had promised transparency, merit-based appointments, and opportunities for the diaspora. However, reality soon shattered those dreams. As we navigate the complexities of our nation's future, your voice matters. Senegal English Media Group is committed to fostering dialogue, promoting transparency, and amplifying diverse perspectives. Here's how you can get involved. Like, follow, and subscribe. Like our content on social media platforms. Show your support for independent journalism that seeks truth and accountability. Follow us to stay updated on the latest news, analyses, and thought-provoking articles. Subscribe to our newsletters and channels. Be the first to receive breaking news and in-depth features. Leave a comment. After reading an article or watching a video, share your insights. What do you think Senegal should prioritize? How can we build a stronger, more inclusive nation? The broken promise. The PASTEF party had pledged to publish job openings for director positions and other roles that were previously appointed by presidential decree. This move was meant to level the playing field, allowing qualified individuals, especially those in the diaspora, to contribute to their expertise. But after the election, the party veered off course. Instead of transparency, They appointed loyalists to key positions, leaving hopeful Senegalese disillusioned. Government response: balancing transparency and key positions. In the wake of public outcry over broken promises, the Senegalese government has responded. While acknowledging the need for transparency, they clarified that not all director positions can be open to the public for applications. Some roles, they argue, require specialist expertise or confidentiality. The dilemma: balancing openness with the practical demands of governance is a delicate task. Just as in the United States, where certain federal directorships remain closed to public applications, Senegal faces similar challenges. National security, strategic planning, and sensitive negotiations often necessitate discretion. The role of the National Assembly. However, transparency cannot be sacrificed entirely. Here's where the National Assembly plays a crucial role. As representatives of the people, they should actively vet and approve appointments made by the President. Their oversight ensures that decisions are based on merit rather than favoritism. Recommendations: selective transparency. While some positions remain closed, others, especially those that directly impact citizens, should be subject to public scrutiny. The government must clearly define which roles fall into each category. Merit-based appointments. The National Assembly should rigorously assess candidates' qualifications, track records, and alignment with national interests. Meritocracy should prevail over political connections. Regular reporting. The government should periodically report on appointments, detailing the rationale behind each decision. Transparency builds trust, even when confidentiality is necessary. Public consultation. For critical roles, seek input from experts, civil society, and citizens. Public consultations ensure diverse perspectives and reduce the risk of bias. The diaspora's disappointment. Take the case of Amadou, an engineer who had completed his studies abroad. His heart swelled with pride at the thought of returning home to build bridges, both literal and metaphorical. He envisioned himself leading infrastructure projects, connecting communities across the Senegal River. But when the promised job openings materialized, they were already filled by party insiders. Amadou's dream crumbled, replaced by frustration and betrayal. Amadou grew up in Thiès, a modest town where dreams were stitched with ambition. Under flickering streetlights, he studied, fueled by the promise of education. Then came the chance, a scholarship to study engineering in the United States. His brilliance guided him through late nights of equations across oceans and cultures. In America, Amadou's IQ blazed brighter than the Senegalese sun. He earned degrees not just for himself, but for the dusty streets of his hometown. He designed bridges and skyscrapers, but Senegal's rhythm still pulsed in his veins. The Sabar drums whispered of home, of unfinished dreams waiting to be built. He longed to return, to share his knowledge to build a nation. But Senegal's politics shifted. The Pastef party, once hopeful, dimmed. The promise of open director roles vanished. Instead, they chose their own, loyalty trumping merit. The diaspora, Senegalese scattered across continents, felt betrayed. Amadou's dream of returning home crumbled like ancient walls. The bridge he'd envisioned, connecting his expertise to Senegal's progress, trembled under the weight of broken promises. On the Brooklyn Bridge, he stood, gazing at the Atlantic. The Manhattan skyline shimmered, mirroring the dreams he'd left behind. His phone buzzed, an email from Senegal. Director positions filled, not by merit, but by party loyalty. A call for change. The impact of this broken promise extends far beyond its immediate effect. First, it erodes public trust. Senegalese citizens had invested hope in the Pastef party's commitment to bring about change. However, what they witnessed was all too familiar. A recurrence of political favoritism. Secondly, this broken promise undermines the government's credibility. How can a government uphold its commitments when it fails to honor its own pledges? The very foundation of trust is shaken, leaving citizens questioning the integrity of their leaders. Transparency and accountability are essential for a thriving democracy. The path forward: rebuilding trust and inclusion. To mend the rift caused by broken promises, Senegal's leaders must take decisive steps. Here's a roadmap for moving forward. Transparency, open vacancies. Senegal's government should publish job vacancies openly. This means making them accessible to all qualified candidates, regardless of their political affiliations. Transparency in the recruitment process builds trust among citizens. Clear criteria. Clearly define the qualifications and requirements for each position. Ensure that these criteria are objective and merit-based. Citizens need to know that appointments are made fairly, without hidden agendas. Independent oversight. Impartial bodies. Involve independent oversight bodies in the nomination process. These bodies should be free from political influence and vested interests. Their role is to ensure that appointments align with merit and competence. Meritocracy over loyalty. Prioritize merit over party loyalty. Appointments should be based on qualifications, experience, and expertise. By doing so, Senegal can break free from the cycle of political favoritism. Diaspora engagement. Harnessing expertise. Senegalese abroad possess valuable expertise. Create specialized sections within government departments, staffed by diaspora members who excel in various fields. These experts can advise, innovate, and contribute directly to decision-making. Collaboration across continents. Establish channels for collaboration between the diaspora and local officials. Whether through virtual platforms or periodic meetings, encourage dialogue and knowledge sharing. The diaspora's insights can enrich policies and projects. Building bridges, not walls, symbolic and practical. Just as Amadou dreamed of building bridges, both literal and metaphorical, Senegal must build bridges of opportunity. These bridges connect expertise, aspirations, and progress. Concrete actions. Beyond promises, take tangible actions. Implement reforms, enact laws, and create an environment where competence prevails over political connections. Senegal stands at a crossroads. Will broken promises define its future? Or will it harness the diaspora's expertise to build a stronger nation? The choice lies with the government. Let bridges of opportunity replace bridges of disappointment, uniting Senegal across continents. What are your thoughts? Share them in the comments below. And don't forget to give this video a thumbs up, share it, and subscribe for more exciting content from Senegal English Media Group, Senegal's first and only English media outlet.